Any button.
B-Chan is not afraid of monsters, but scared of flashing lights. When the flashlight sound hits, it's your cue to take action and protect her. Shield her from the paparazzi and let B-Chan shine worry-free on stage. Calling all adorable fans of B-Chan, your hearts are bursting with excitement, and all you want is to capture the sweetest moments of your idol. Snap away, cutie. Don't mind the protective fluff ball of the bodyguard.
Okay. All right. I stay behind the line, right?
Flash to start.
Okay.
Flash not blocking for.
Oh.
No block yet.
Okay, start.
Whoa. Here we go.
Oh man.
Oh wait. Oh, V-Chan! V-Chan! Kanzilia! V-Chan!
Why is it always on? Why is he so bright?
Thanks for the cover.
Oh crap.
Why?
Always on. 40, 30, 30. I know it's 30.
Oh, we took the light.
Oh no.
Pull it off. Oh, that's wrong.
Thanks for the cover.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, it stopped.
Oh, so good.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
30 left, bodyguard. 30, 18.
Great save, my bodyguard. Help me. Perfect block.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice. Nice bodyguard. Nice bodyguard. Oh, power kill. Okay, okay.
Okay. Phone Chan is your friend.
30 left, 30 left.
Flash hit. Great save, my bodyguard.
30.
Flash hit. Great save, my bodyguard.
Woo, woo. Sorry that we messed up.
Is it on a video mode?
No, it's just a flashlight is taking a long time.
I think we're okay. I think we're talking about it. Yeah. One thing you might try to make it so you can restart without having to show the whole intro again too.
Yeah.
Just so.
The absolute cutest vampire themed idol in town. BTS magical tour starting today.
Are we gonna talk? Yeah. All right. Can we get the?
Seven Years of Fantasy. I don't quite feel like a vampire idol.
Yeah.
And I think it's this.
You need a mini skirt with bats on it, and you need a crowd behind you.
There's definitely like a fantasy disconnect between what the world says I am and like how I'm dressed up.
Yeah.
I think there's definitely an opportunity for Festival
Yeah.
to figure out what is this
Yeah.
to like really get me in, and I really want a connection between what I'm wearing or some of that thing and the character on the screen.
Yeah.
Because it's one, it's really great. Like the characterization, like the whole vibe of this is really, really strong.
Yeah.
And so like if you could find a way to connect me, basically help me feel like the character in some way, like I'm very conscious of the fact that I am pretty far away from this character.
Yeah.
And this made me feel farther away.
Right.
And so like
It didn't feel like a cute bra top you were wearing or something?
No, there wasn't too much, especially like seeing it
Being plugged in.
Like this, there's a massive amount of electronics on my back.
Well, you need like this to be plugged into your microphone that's going down your back, right?
I think there's some things to think about, like, because you want to be fast, like, but you also want to use an opportunity to like connect the fantasy, because the fantasy is really strong. I think one of our reactions was, man, like the production value of this is super high and super great. I think my one little tweak is I want the music to be elevated.
Yeah.
I got
More crowd noise than
I
music.
was getting like a lot of like what's going behind me a little bit,
Yeah.
but I sort of like lost the sense of me performing.
Where's the beat? Yeah.
And all that stuff.
Yeah.
And so and I guess this is also just like me and music games. Like I find myself not strongly connected to the beat. So like that's not a you thing, it's a me thing. But I think bringing the music up a bit more and finding a way to have the mix be both. We can hear the audio of like the feedback and the reactions, and also hear the music. And one thing I might do then is I might make the music more bass heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Basically emphasize the music in a range that's not interfering with like the voices. And so like, and it sort of makes sense. Like a bass heavy, amping up the bass of the soundtrack would sort of like reinforce the dancing aspect
And the beat too.
and the beat.
If it's like,
and so like
boom,
that, like
boom,
I would sort of like
boom,
have this
boom,
be
boom,
there,
boom.
and like have the voices be on top of that. And I think I would like just think about your layering and the music mix.
Mm-hmm.
I have no strong sense of how well I was doing. I have a sense of like missing the steps, but I didn't have a good sense of like getting hit by the lights. I knew it was happening, so I'm not saying I wasn't aware of it, but I couldn't report back to you like if I was close to dying and those sorts of things. And I saw.
Do you want to?
There's HP bar like on the right side.
Yeah, I know. I saw it at times.
Do you want a light over here that like flashes every time you get hit, or something?
I think what I want is to know what to look at, because so like jumping into this as a guest, I know to do this. Like I'm standing on top of a dance pad. I know enough about video game stuff to see the dance steps coming, but I don't know anything about the other system.
Yeah.
And so I don't have any bandwidth in my head to be like, okay, I've got the dance down. Let me figure out everything else so I can understand it. So I think I need a quick explanation of like what to see, and then I think it needs to be meaningful in some way for me to like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I need to be able to see it and also know about it. So like
The weird thing right in this game right now is like the three different players don't feel connected to each other very much still, right? Like if I'm here at the bodyguard, I can't see what's happening or the screen, right? If I'm here, I don't care about the screen. I only care about the guy in front of me and hitting V-Chan, right? And then if you're here, you're not looking at anything behind you. You're just looking at the screen. Does that make sense, right? So you have essentially 4 layers of things happening. And right now, the best person is actually the camera person, right? Because they can see everything that's happening, and nobody else can, right? And so I'm sort of wondering, is there a way that you can, I don't know, it's just so hard to figure out how you would make it so that everybody has a sense of what's happening.
And definitely a little bit of this is the screen you're using is small.
Yeah.
So I think you'll be sort of working with a larger display
Right.
or festival. So I think that will sort of elevate the idea of performance
Yeah.
a bit more.
It makes me wonder if you can have it like at an angle, instead of it being straight on a line, so that there's more of a sense that, like if I'm over here, and again, this is the problem with this, trying to hit a light sensor on the side of them, right? Or on the front of them, or you can block it with your hands. I don't know. There's just like trying to figure out the arrangement of people in space so that everybody can take full part in the experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But again,
at the same, I guess I'm kind of curious,
like
how was, I mean, so my back was to everything. So I don't have, I was able to sort of like hear, but I'm kind of curious.
as the camera person, it was great because I could see everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see what you're dancing to on the screen, but I don't really care because it doesn't matter to me, right? I don't know. How did the bodyguard role feel?
I feel like with one hand I can just cover the.
Yeah. Yeah. You feel like there needs to be like a space gap between us where you can't just like stick your hand out, right?
Yeah.
And could you couldn't sense anything that was happening behind you, yeah?
I was trying to figure out the sound of the dancer getting hit.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It's not very obvious.
Yeah.
I gotta feel like more.
Yeah.
From you, like,
I think what I want is my thing I'm gonna try is there be moments in the dancing that are important.
Yeah.
And in that moment, like the people taking pictures, their job is to like really like coordinate, try to hit the pictures.
Yeah.
The bodyguard's job is to like block them, and my job is to like hit the combos. And I would want like that 10-second moment to then have some clarity of how successful those 3 roles were.
Yeah.
Like so right now the feedback of success is I think the thing I'm feeling the least of.
Yeah.
And we sort of get to the end and there's like a sense of the success of the whole thing. But if you could sort of design a moment
Right.
that had a sort of like a mini challenge, it's like, okay, like, you know, everyone ready, 1, 2, 3, take pictures or something like that.
Right.
And the bodyguards like knows that they're going to coordinate and like you can't just block one
I'm
now.
gonna go here over there.
And then like at the same time, the dancer, like it's sort of like they're like, I would use like the fantasy of the dance. Like this is like
the special move.
their like signature move, and your job is to like execute the signature move perfectly,
Right.
and then everyone wants to take a picture of it.
Right.
But the bodyguard wants to block those, and so my job is to like nail the signature move
Right.
and get those like big bonus.
Maybe
points.
you like hit a stance, but then you have to do an arm thing too.
Yeah,
or
I,
whatever.
like just some, and then you could sort of have a sense across all 3 roles
Yeah.
of like that moment of success.
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean, all that said, like I love.
No, the whole game is
I
great.
love it.
We're just trying to figure out how
Yeah.
to like get the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
right? To make it feel like everything is connected. Yeah.
There was a moment at the beginning where like they're doing the flashes, and I could see my shadow on the wall,
hmm
and it was just like a nice, like, oh yeah, like this is sort of real.
Right.
Like there's
I'm gonna
there's
incinerate
light
you.
and dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean I think it is just now like
Yeah.
taking the foundation
Well, because
and
one way to think about this is right now your interest curve is flat, right? It's the same throughout the whole game. Like the taking the pictures and the bodyguard's actions and the dancer are basically flat, right? Like there's some parts where the dance gets a little bit more interesting, but mostly it stays kind of the same difficulty level, and the same thing with the flash and the photography, right? And so if you can figure out a way to make the interest curve go up, right, with these little bumps where it goes like this part is cool, and then that part's cool, and then the ending is super cool, right? Like then you'll hit these moments where it really matters. Does that make sense, right?
yeah.
So like if there's like a strike a pose moment where you like, okay, foot there, and then you're like, ah, and then you're like, foot there,
or the,
yeah, or whatever, you know, like
I
or
could see
something.
something as well. Like if I'm low on energy,
Yeah.
like it goes into like a you know a sort of a flurry of dance moves. that,
Or
like,
she's in
sort of
danger of
fast.
turning into full
And,
vampire mode and the wings come out.
So yeah, like
and
things
you're like,
you can do to like
she wants
tell
to
me,
eat the bodyguard. I don't know, right? But like moments where it's like, you
Yeah.
know, it's like everything comes together, right?
I
I mean, eating the bodyguard sounds good to me. I don't know, but
I think we need waivers for that.
waivers for that. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, consensual blood drinking. Yeah,
For jury, I don't think I would change. I think I would really change too much.
don't change too much.
I mean, it's like everything is in a solid space, and so it's more like for
Yeah.
this being in festival, like iterating it and sort of like sort of dialing it in.
If you're going to show it at jury in RPIS, you might think too about how you want to set it up in that space. That might be the
Yeah.
only other thing.
The-
Make sure people can see the various things, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think like some warnings about jury. I think there's enough explanation. Like so DDR pads. I'm just thinking about people on jury. Like yes.
Are you saying some of our faculty can't dance? Is that what you're saying, Dave?
I'm saying my wife would be a jury,
Okay.
and my wife is a DDR fan.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like
That's fair.
I'm imagining like who's going to volunteer for what.
Yeah.
And there's a good chance I know my wife is going.
Yeah. That's fair.
And so like a little bit of like this, like it's just sort of like guest design of you want this world wants people to like step into the fantasy and kind of
Yeah.
like really embody it, like especially like the trolls out here, like the bodyguard is sort of like trying to like just play the game and like cheese the lights.
I do think you really need a black tulle skirt, like the kind they make for kids to play dress up in, or something like that you can put on and be like, now I'm a vampire idol, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want the half cape.
The half cape. You want Dave said he wants the cape attached to this harness, so that way when you put it on, you have this like vampire cape or something.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No. I mean, overall, I really like how it feels, the fantasy of it, the insanity of the
Yeah.
all the stuff. How
Absolutely.
does the tech? I guess the one question in my head is: does the tech actually work?
Yeah.
Do the sensors like? Is there like? Can people be good and bad at this?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell because there's a lot of like just sort of like role playing and fantasy that I think
Yeah.
that carries so much of this.
Yeah.
And the fact that
Well, and it was fun to pretend to be a fan and be like, V-chan, look over here, right? Or whatever. Yeah.
and
So-
that kind of stuff, like I would, if running this festival, I would encourage you as the team
Yeah.
to like seed that. Like you be
Yeah.
part of the crowd and like you be shouting those
Right.
things.
You could have a fake camera that you're just like, hey, come over here. Hey, okay. You when she turns around, you go that way. I'm gonna go this way. Okay, and then I'll lure the bodyguard over to this side, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever, right?
It's like if the guests are already doing that, then you don't need to do it. But if the guests aren't really quite
If they're
getting
like,
into it,
I'm not sure
they're hesitant.
what I'm supposed to,
You gotta give them social
you know,
permission to pretend to be paparazzi.
because they'll be like awkward and too cool to play your game, right? Yeah.
That's the whole reason you come to the festival, is to show off people how cool you are.
Yeah. I mean, for some alumni, probably.
Anyway,
Yeah.
like really good stuff. I'm excited. One of my questions is there, this is like beyond BBW, is there a way to have this work like at GDC where the
for sure.
lighting is not under your control?
Yeah. Or like, or build a tent around it.
Let us also work in the live environment.
Yeah.
I can work on it.
Or we can use IR, infrared, or something else as sensors.
Yeah.
So to think about it, if you want to take it to a festival or something, how would you do it in a different kind of space? Yeah.
I feel like this is right up the indie game.
Yeah,
crowd
absolutely.
scene.
Yeah. UV. Yeah.
Get burned for real.
Get burned. Yeah. Absolutely. You just get a giant tanning bed that we have to hold up here. Yeah. Artificial sunlight. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Good work. Should we go next team?
Thank you. Yeah.
Dave, you could even give Vishad some sunscreen to put on before she starts. Oh, like, you know, make sure that she's fine.
I'm gonna turn lights off.
Wait. Be like, here, yeah, put some vampire sunscreen. Good. I heard this broke yesterday, so I'm glad you guys noticed it.
Thanks for taking for that.
Yeah.
Yes, the crazy machine.
Well, the games can play up to like 4 players.
Up to
do you
4
guys,
people.
yeah, do you guys wanna like play 2 players?
Sure.
or-
Two players.
So 2 players is going to be definitely harder than 4 players.
All right. I mean,
So we
that sounds like a challenge.
I got 1.
I mean, Dave and I lived through the Guitar Hero era. So
Okay,
probably
all right.
okay.
So
I mean,
someone
I'm
would
not
like
good,
to
but
I'm worse.
probably should. So
All right.
those that one and
This is the
also
button?
the one Ezra's left. There you go.
All right. So,
And also-
okay.
Did I get on
Yeah,
that
Jonathan,
side?
so you stay here.
Okay, come here.
All right. I assume.
Okay.
Figure this out.
Are these in the right hands?
So
that I'll
Do you want me to hold them and like
buttons?
to do this?
yes, probably.
Alright,
So
that's
the one your right hand should be
Here?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay,
this
so
one.
we're setting at the corners. Okay, here we
So
go.
you can press this one to choose this one.
One more time. Whoa. No worries.
I can sort of feel my brain trying to like split the two sides. It's like.
Thank you for spacing them out, only one head at a time so far. Oh, it gets harder. Almost had it. Is that it?
Yeah.
And we also got another song. You want to try that?
Sure. Was that easy mode, just to be kind to us?
Yeah. Either your left hand or bass left hand. Press
Just
once.
one button, press
okay,
once.
and then press right.
All right.
This one's harder.
Level X.
Yep. Good job. Good job. Yep, that's all.
Hey, the second one was more interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. I like. I think that the 2-player aspect feels interesting. I feel like 4-player would be boring.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I think so too.
Because having to watch sort of 2, especially are these going to be at the same time? Like we weren't talking at all.
They were mostly not, mine weren't at the same time. Were yours rarely at the same time? Mine were.
The second song, there were notes at the same time.
Mine seemed like they weren't usually at the same time,
It was
so it
like-
wasn't that hard to.
Yeah,
think
there
one
was.
hand at a time.
I would say like maybe a quarter of them were at the same time. There was
Uh-huh.
definitely majority weren't at the same time, but there was several sequences that were same time, and that balance felt really interesting.
Yeah.
Because there's a little bit of like having to like anticipate them and be like, are these going to be equal?
Yeah.
And so if they're equal, I have to like think a little bit differently than like let my brain sort of like split them apart.
I mean, what I want is to be able to have 4-player with each player to have 2 buttons, but I
Yeah.
don't know if that's possible. But yeah, but it feels good. It feels fun. If it was connected to the lights, it would be.
yeah,
good.
I love I like the layer of the visuals.
I like that it's in some ways not too difficult because it also means people like my kids can walk in and
Yeah.
play it successfully. I like that there's different difficulty levels. So,
And
yeah.
I think it's a really good balance of like the visuals, like the things in the corners are sort of bouncing, and
Yeah.
there's a little bit of noise visually to like the notes coming out.
Yeah.
But I kind of like that.
That's
Like,
fine.
it was enough clarity that I can sort of see things coming, but
Yeah.
enough like things around that I'm sort of like working with the
Well,
stuff.
the cool thing too is like because unlike a lot of rhythm games, it doesn't give you the beat, right? It doesn't have like tick marks to show where the
Yeah.
beats are coming, and so you only can judge it visually based on how close it is to the bar.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that makes it more challenging because you don't just like get in the groove and then read the music, right? You have to like actually watch the notes
And
carefully.
it
And the time where it was like click 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 click
Yeah.
click click was harder, right?
Yeah.
and
Because
the rhythm
like
felt
trying
meaningful.
to eye which one was slightly closer to the thing, right?
Yeah, I
So-
think the point that they're not attached tracks means that like the timing of them is actually extra important.
Yeah.
Like I guess it felt like a rhythm game.
Yeah.
Like I felt like the connection to the music and the beat was there. I think the first song was definitely easier.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that this one was more complicated because the first one, my reaction was I want more of an interest curve. I wanted to, when you
Right.
said like it's going to be at the same time, it's like I wanted the game to be like, oh yeah,
right. Yeah.
So I would look a little bit at the note patterns and think about like having the second, like the last third of the songs or like the last half be a little bit tuned up.
Right. So it gets more difficult like at the very end.
Yeah.
Maybe not the last few notes, right? Because you want a spike that's going to go like, whoa, whoa, right? And then at the end it's like, okay, I didn't totally mess up the ending.
Yeah.
Right. Even if you totally messed up the part right before the ending.
Yeah. I mean, I guess overall reaction, like this feels really well integrated.
Mhm.
Like the music, the visuals, like I actually like, I like holding the buttons.
The buttons is really good. The
Like
nice clicky sound they make
Yeah.
is nice too. Because then you can kind of click to the beat, right? Which is good.
Before I thought like you kind of want it on a table, but I think what you really want is people to hold it, let them have their own. I think you want them standing.
Yeah.
And let them sort of like then find their own like way to feel the rhythm.
Yep.
The one thing I would like is a sense of progress in terms of like success. Like you get a little bit of feedback when you get them, but it's hard to tell. Like I definitely as a player I would like you have a streak or like am I doing really well?
Right. Be like stars or some
Yeah.
sort of like, yeah, you're super awesome. Because it changed. The lights changed, but I couldn't tell what was causing them to change. If that makes sense, right? So I don't know if there's like a stronger visual cue, or you could give instructions to the players that are like, "Hey, if it's turning purple, that means you're doing really well."
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
right?
and it's
Yeah.
I
Or
appreciate
like color code it from like Roy G. Biv, right?
Yeah.
Red is bad, all the way up to violet. Which is amazing, or
it's a
something
fair
like
point.
that.
Like
Yeah.
the UI you were working with is going to be hard for that to be self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Because like the Voxon does not have the kind of like pixel detail that a screen does to like show you text.
Right.
So I want a system that I can learn and recognize and use, but I don't need a system that I can just look at and understand intuitively.
Right.
Yeah. But
yeah, it looks good. The feel is good. The clickers are great. Feels almost like castanets, which is kind of fun,
Yeah.
right? But yeah.
no, like we're discussing like lighting for the festival, and there's like, should we get black lights? And I feel like I was like, oh yeah, there's a world that could use black lights. It's this one.
Yeah.
Nice about black lights is they work well in a dark space.
Right.
My kid ordered a box of glow sticks.
Oh, good, good.
That box is coming.
Yeah, a part of it too is you have to talk about ventilation, but you could build like a little like thing around it too to kind of like decorate it. But you might have to leave ventilation for the fans and stuff. So you might have to like build it out as like a little exoskeleton.
We might have some EL wire,
Yeah.
which is like EL wire is the electroluminescent wire. You see anyone do like strips of like lines that glow that light up?
Yeah.
The battery pack. You can get those and like sort of like pipe it.
Yeah. I have reflective tape for my Tron costume from Halloween too, if you want just strips.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're doing a great job of just sort of like celebrating and focusing on this is sort of just a match of the interface, the system, the music, and the rhythm game, and then I think make I do kind of want the room to be shaking a little bit with the music and the bass.
Yeah.
Do you guys have subwoofers for us?
Oh, you got to talk to Dave Berta.
But we probably can find stuff, for sure.
I think we have some that are. I think we have some that are too big for the building.
Yeah.
Which is probably not the right direction to go with this. But we can. I think it's worth figuring out how to make that happen.
Yeah.
For jury, I would sort of make some decisions about like number of people.
Yeah.
I would say the experience right now in terms of like the notes, the fact that you have 4 lanes is right. I think you want 2 notes per person.
Okay.
And so it's a choice for jury. Do you have a way to go to like basically 8 lanes of notes and make it a 4-player experience? Or do you do like 6 lanes of notes, or you stick with the 4? I think 2-player experience is totally fine. Like it actually has a good spectator reality to it as well. But I think that'd be the one thing I would think about for jury is like, how many guests do you say this is designed for directly?
Yeah.
And you could sort of be like, if you want to go for kids, like 1 button per person.
Yeah. I mean, even the first song, like if it was me, my wife, and my kids coming in, right? The kids would love being like, 2 buttons might get confusing for them. So it just depends, right? So having an easy mode isn't bad either.
Yeah.
But you might want to have it set up so that, like easy mode, everybody uses one of the 2 buttons that are here. And at difficult mode, people use both of the 2 buttons if you have 2 buttons on each side. You see what I'm saying? But that would be like add-on for festival. You don't have to do that for jury.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah. Cool. Good work.
Yep. Yeah. Sweet. 11. I gotta check our calendar.
Make sure you're getting something.
I'm gonna start
Make sure what?
talking when
Make sure that
You shouldn't get a read. You should just tell them you are wearing glasses.
Okay.
Wait, Anna will tell.
Yeah. But I should hold this in a way that I can push it rapidly.
Yeah.
Alright. This is still trying to teach my daughter. It's like, how do you push the button?
How do you spam?
It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, we should just get better for you. Start training.
should I press
Different methods.
any mouse?
Sorry, I don't know. Stream.
Kids
People
use
have
stop
patterns.
patterns.
Right, the core. So putting it in your lap and hitting it really fast.
That was big though.
There's a funny article that came out about not a perfect.
We are being watched.
It's an operation theater.
Split screen. Aqua Elf. City Saver.
Oh wait, yeah.
It's okay. I'll give you instructions at the beginning.
Alright.
So let's start beginning.
Thank you.
Start.
Okay. Crisis alert. Save your city from the fire-breathing monster burning up all the buildings. You, the Aqua Elf, have 3 abilities with your magic water powers. First, you can control the directions with the DDR pad here. And if you look at it, it's better not to step on the middle button because it's kind of connected to the up and down buttons. And second, extinguish the fire by pressing the button. Third, attack the monster by bumping into them. Then good luck.
Hey.
So you can
Do you like the monsters?
Guards out. I can really go till the fire's all the way out.
Okay, sorry. It's a little hard because I can't turn. Back up. Yeah, see, wait a second.
Alright, now.
Check the amount of water we have left.
I don't know. I think that you want to go out a little bit, so it's like 3 out of 10. But you don't know.
We get to Tap faster, Dave. Tap faster. Big fire. No. Fail. Okay. Can we try one more time?
Start with that.
You want to do? I'll do
Sure.
these.
Yeah.
Do we need red fires?
I don't know. You do whatever you want. Okay.
Yeah,
No. Failed.
Is it possible to win?
I mean,
Have you all won?
no.
Anyone ever won this?
Yeah. Seems really difficult.
Yeah.
I could.
So I guess let's talk about it.
Yeah. Gameplay arc is pretty flat.
Right? The visuals are nice. It's confusing to figure out where you're supposed to be positioned because you can't turn to look at the guys that you're aiming at. So it seems like if you want to do it this way, it feels like we need to be able to walk forward and then turn and walk forward and shoot and then walk back and turn again. It's like it's on a rail or something that goes this way. But even then, all the monsters are the same, so they would need to be like doing different stuff and in slightly different positions to make it interesting for the driver, so that you have to go like, do. Oh, this one's back over in here, and then I'll turn around and boom, now we can shoot him, and then we gotta coming back out would be boring. You'd want to just probably back straight
Yeah.
out.
I mean, I like the fact that we have two different roles.
Yeah.
It's like one person is basically in charge of controlling where we are, and the person is in charge of like executing.
Yep.
But right now there's just not a lot of decisions to be made.
No.
Like it's very work. Like there's this guy, we go up and do it. And so I think it definitely, I guess it feels very much like there's some more work to be done to bring this to a complete experience.
Yep.
We kind of like thinking it as like an interim experience because we had to change the idea 4 days ago.
Yeah.
Because of the DDR event.
Yeah.
I guess from the perspective, like what would I want to change for festival? I guess for jury.
Yeah.
I guess the DDR pad feels kind of frustrating to use.
Yeah.
Like right now I'd rather have a gamepad
Or a joystick.
in my hand.
Yeah.
Like there isn't a whole lot that standing on this helps me with.
Especially because we're not stomping around like a robot anymore. It's not a good simulation for the movement that you have. It would make more sense to be something like floating around and flying. If it is this kind of like winged thing, it's hard. I mean, it looked kind of like it had wings, right? So if it's like a winged thing that flies around, you might as well have a controller that feels like that, right?
Yeah. I think my reaction was the limitation of the DDR controls felt like they clashed with the level design. Like level design is both very linear, but it's also very like you want to turn.
Yeah.
And so like the fact that DDR controls, it made me feel like the DDR controls like were like, no, you can't turn because I'm DDR.
Right.
And I wanted controls, like the world made me want controls that were more
like if you're going to use
moving
this, the monsters have to be facing you, so that way you can come up toward them, right? The fact that they're destroying stuff on the side loses all of the threat, right? Like you need to be coming at them and putting them out if you're going to do it this way.
And then if I want more than just like go to the monster, I sort of want meaning to like moving like side to side.
Yeah, movement has to be interesting because otherwise, if one player just does movement and the movement is boring, and I mean the water squirting is kind of boring too, but the movement has to be more interesting. Right now it's just straight line moving to the side. So
and like the way this is set up, the fantasy is a little bit confusing to me. So like the monsters are so like I guess the fire, the water, and the monsters. Like fire and water makes sense. The monsters make less sense.
Yeah.
And so I'm not too sure. I think like right now it's unclear if we're fighting monsters or we're fighting fire. And the story, like you tell me that it's water based, but it's I think I would want you to commit to either we're fighting monsters or we're fighting fire.
Well, or you could fight fires leading up to fighting the monster who's causing the fires, right? At the end. That would make more sense, right? So I can get this as like a firefighting game, especially if the firefighting becomes more interesting, right? If it's not just mashing the button, and if the steering gets more interesting, right? Then you can imagine a teamwork firefighting game that ends with fighting the monster, the demon that's causing the fires. That arc makes sense to me, right? But then the real question is then where do you put the fires, and how do you make moving to the fires and shooting water at the fires fun, right?
Yeah. Obviously, like you want like visual feedback on the water.
Yeah.
Like right now we're sort of working exclusively with audio feedback.
Yeah.
So there's like little. I think there's things that you obviously iterate in terms of like playability and usability.
Yeah.
But I think the question of what do we do together is the thing to push on.
Yeah.
And
the good thing is if you want to build the one where you fight fires and then fight a monster, you can just use the assets you already have.
I mean, like the monsters look really cool. I mean, part of my reaction was I want to be more engaged with them.
Yeah.
Like they're the strongest sort of like visual part.
Yeah.
And I wanted them to be more of a threat and make more sense. And so like, especially if there are fire monsters at the end.
One more thing. So actually for the water thing, we were planning like for maybe the jury, we were planning on building a pump that uses this button.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's sort of like
you still want a graphic of the water like shooting out and putting out the fire somewhere on the screen. Yeah.
Well, and what I would focus on for jury are things that. So I guess if you have if you make that button into a pump, you could actually just tell jury you're planning on doing that, and they could probably imagine it.
Yeah.
And so I'd focus more on the interactive experience rather than adding external visuals.
Yeah.
Because the physical pump, unless the plan is to really make it such a meaningful change to the controls that transforms the experience, if it's mostly just like a visual storytelling, I would say it's a lower priority. I mean, for festival, I think making that part of the world makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. It also makes me wonder what the fantasy is, right? Is the fantasy that, I don't know, so we're this magical creature that is flying around and fighting fires. Like, why? Are we a water creature and that's a fire creature, and so we're elementally opposed to each other, right? And so that's why it's our job to fight the fire creatures, right? Like there has to be some way to plug into the fantasy of what you're asking guests to do. Because like, how is it different from like, say, me driving a fire truck around and Dave having the hose and going like that? Because right now that sounds more fun than this experience. Does that make sense, right? Or if I have a steering wheel and I'm steering around and Dave has the hose and he's squirting stuff, we're moving around the space more, right? And so like, if you want to feel like we're a flying spirit somehow fighting the fires, right, then it seems like you want the person who's controlling the movement to feel like they're the one flying. I don't know. I'm just trying to get it all together.
I think it sort of speaks to, if you're going to make the button feel like a water pump, nothing about your world has a water pump in it, right? The creature isn't mechanical and doesn't have like a pump. And so I would want you to like complete the world building for that and connect it more directly.
So basically the controls need to match the vision of what the fiction is of the world. Does that make sense, right? So if you're going water pump, that's great, but then we need a fire truck and a hose and a water pump. Do you know what I mean? As controls, instead of flying sprite. Flying sprite's going to want to have different powers, right? Like it's going to want to have like magic things or something. You know what I mean? It's just, you want to have the story be consistent, right?
The tapping, like it's closest of all your interactions to flapping wings.
Yeah.
Like you have stuff like there's sort of like a systems of like, Flappy Bird comes to mind, honestly, of like the control of this. And I think there's two ways to approach like that integration. Like you could look at the physicality of the controls and say, how do we bring that into the experience more directly? If we have a water pump, we sort of reflect it in the game. Or you could say, what's the world and how do we match the controls to that? And I wouldn't be afraid to go control like Xbox controller. If the world wants a certain fantasy, then game pads are designed around being an input that can map to a bunch of different fantasies. So I wouldn't be afraid to like use that and gain the flexibility to match what the world wants. But if you do want to go, sort of bigger, more physical interfaces, then you have to be very careful about matching that to your fantasy. And the fantasy would probably have to change. You have to like sort of like be like, okay, it's about this, so we really need to reinforce that in the world. What's the boss? Is there a boss fight in here?
No, like.
Oh, it's just putting out the fires.
Last part is like a lot of fires.
Putting out the big fires, yeah.
Okay.
It's just putting out the big fire is less interesting than fighting a fire monster. Does that make sense, right? And so, because putting out a fire, you're just doing this, right? Fighting a fire monster theoretically could involve movement, hitting the fire monster in different places, putting out the fire while you're fighting the fire monster. Like there's, you know what I mean? And so it feels like the first part should be tutorial for learning how to do stuff, and then the second part should be fighting whatever the final thing is, right?
Yeah, I think this is like ignoring questions of scope.
Yeah.
But if I think about the cavern and like the fantasy you're going for here,
right?
What I would move to is at least a 3-person experience.
Yep.
Where there's two people with water, and they're sort of on either side.
Yeah.
And you're sort of using the space, the actual like the space of the cavern as like multiple directions.
Yeah.
And so one person is like driving and steering.
And you need motion control to like squirt.
And I could
stuff.
I mean, motion controls would be great.
Whatever.
Like,
you could also do gamepad.
Like gamepad controls.
Yeah.
And like really, then like if you have two sides, then the person driving is now in charge of making choices about which side we bring up against something.
Right.
And then how do we sort of
and people aren't used to pulling up to the side of stuff in driving games. They're used to just driving straight toward it. Does that make sense, right? So if you have like a vehicle or the flying sprite, whatever it is, right? And they're flying forward, but you have people shooting water out the sides, right? Like the two wings or whatever you have on the thing, right? Then they're going to have to like side swipe and pull up to one side, right? And then turn, right? The hard part's going to be if one person's driving, the other two people aren't. You want the movement to be relatively slow so people don't get dizzy. But other than that, yeah.
Part of me is like
technical problems.
Dizziness would be like you can fix that in post.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, I would like think about the matching the controls.
Yeah,
and
I just think finding some unification between the controls and the experience on the screen.
Yeah,
right?
I mean the really thing about water and fire is like you're already doing it.
Yeah.
It's a really good system. So one for clarity of like what should I do, what should I aim at, and as you can do it right, you can get really good feedback of like the fire is going out.
Yeah.
And so you can tell this story of like progress, and that's a sort of a strong thing. And then like the final thing of it's something that's like looking at the Pirates of the Caribbean experience that Jesse and Disney made like is a decent model for like what this is, like someone sort of controlling, two people like aiming and defending, and then escalating to a final encounter that sort of like really does encourage that mix. There'll be a lot between now and jury, but that's sort of like what I think jury would want to see.
Yeah. Okay. Questions? Other things? Okay. Half the team left, whatever that means. Oh no, that's the other team. Okay, never mind.
We got her. Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Right after this green screen.
Yeah. Razor down there.
All right.
All set up. We're gonna transition. It's fine.
Run down the stairs.
看我们还可以看到侧面，侧面可以获得飞弹，缺了终于发现，而且他们那个头质量，说明他们不是直射光，不会出现提来3,000。我操，越来越那什么，不想改，我要所有比例要改。对，我热搜都是3000比700，720特别多，3000比700，我现在是192。我们现在是1600比900。好，我们不是192、1010，我们是1600，我们是1600，我发现。 因为这样好虚拟。我操，那这样直接可能可以搭舞台了，开门大。对，我觉得比较适合。就是给他要个大屏，对大，要个大屏。有的人还可以，我再买个开门。快写下。跪着说没问题，写下。之前跟。我先看一下sensor，我先看sensor。是待会儿。但是你把那个钥匙给我呗，我借一下胶带给那个，我把胶带借。OK。这个出来。
Alright.
Hello.
Alright. Whoa.
I have to make it active so that you can be on.
You be going?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Because I did it last time. Okay. Doesn't matter. Who's solo? Okay.
And there's a clear the riddle.
Okay. So I start with the letter and then I look at the riddle.
Okay, sounds good. That's okay. Oh, wow, we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Do I need to
I'm not
start
that
something?
hardcore, but
You could just open the flyer.
Which one is it? All right. It wants me to pick up the controllers. Think? All right.
You good?
you good?
I think we'll see.
Okay, as my blood courses through your veins, this is a letter. I trust that tales of our family's hidden treasure has reached you. I know that someday a courageous soul would step forward to take on this forgotten quest. You see, my sons each possessed brilliance that could have led them to the trove of treasure. They became very close as well, each having
part of the key. Yet the key was never whole, as they stuck to their individual pursuits, fueled by greed and pride and a blah blah blah. The failure led to the inadequacy of their endeavors, but in the disunity. Oh, so they were disunified, basically. You must mend the shattered portrait of their brotherhood, but only time will tell if you will succeed in putting together fragments of the key. All right. Question about alignment. Should I like recenter or something like that to get the? Where should the picture be?
I think so. Like as close to the middle as possible, because it takes up a lot of space.
Yeah. You want to hit this light behind me. Okay, I'm gonna sit.
Wait,
right
it should be facing this way? Does it matter?
Doesn't matter, yeah.
Okay, it's reading. I guess heads up. There's a giant swirling fire portal.
Okay.
Picture in the middle.
Sweet. We probably have to repair that picture.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah.
Well, sorry.
There we go.
Are these clues in any kind of order?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Whoa. Yes, it did.
Okay,
All right.
you in a room like before?
I'm still here.
Okay,
There's
cool.
the picture's changed. There's now like the three brothers, and one is like the brooding emo brother.
Oh, cool.
But they've got the brother in the middle is holding like looks like a pillow with an enormous ring with an enormous like jewel on it.
Sweet, that's probably the treasure we're looking for.
All right, should we? I don't
So
know.
there's a bunch of stuff in the clues about papers and drawers. So let me know when you find papers and drawers.
Can I give a hint?
No.
I mean,
It also says you should put out the fire. Do you have
Put
something
the
you
fire?
put out the fire with?
No, like, I think you should first step into the portal.
into the giant fire spinning thing.
Yes.
That screams, "Don't step into me."
Yeah.
Should I duck under the picture?
You should just walk into it.
Walk straight into the picture. All right.
Are you,
Walk through my head.
are you in a different room?
I am now in a different room.
Yeah,
Okay.
now,
So can you put out the fire, or are there papers or drawers?
I've got drawers and papers. There's a jug. It looks not less like it would hold water, more like it would hold wine.
Yeah, it's like an amphora. I saw that last time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you
But-
spill water out of it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, see if you can put the fire
We're
out.
gonna put the fire out.
Okay.
All right. Ooh, a coin appeared.
I think this is the second son's thing.
Okay.
Yeah, just keep that there for a
Got a
second.
coin.
Okay, we got drawers.
Yeah, drawers.
It says their sequence is a silent plea.
Sequence.
So I guess we have to open them in some kind of sequence, maybe?
Sure. I've got a desk, and there's 3 drawers on the left, a big drawer in the middle, and then 3 drawers on the right.
That doesn't
There's-
help me much.
There are symbols on the poles.
Symbols on the drawers?
I've got a spade in the middle.
Uh-huh.
I've got a Roman numerals.
Roman numerals, okay.
So I've got a 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. I mean, should we open? I'll just open them in numerical order.
Sure, why don't you give it a shot and see what we got? Or can you open them?
No,
They may
I
be locked.
can't open one.
Okay.
I can open. I feel like I could open one.
It also
I can
suggests that the
I can open
order...
4. Do you have an order?
No, no orders yet.
I mean, I guess there's a book in here which says Fahrenheit 451, which
Oh, there you go. Try
sure, we'll go
451.
451.
Sure.
It's a little.
Yeah, you have opened this.
yeah, open this already, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
there's
true.
a state system here that's a little hard to understand. But we're going to go over and open 5, and then 1, and that opens this. We got a playing card in the thing.
What is the playing card?
It's a 10 of spades.
Okay, try spade on the desk, I guess.
Wait,
Did you say you had space symbols around?
No, I'm sorry. The big drawer with the spade symbol on it opened up. There's a playing card inside.
That says 10.
It's
Okay.
a 10 of spades.
Okay, that's fair.
A coin.
And a 10 of spades.
Yeah, and then the coin is a 50 whatever piece.
So it says ignite the thought. Should we burn the 10 of spades?
Or should we burn the book? No.
Well, we already put the fire out, so we can't burn it, right?
It's true. There's a door and a clock.
Okay, are there
There's some history pages.
There's some pieces of paper that they're blank though.
Okay.
I can't really do anything with them.
It says history's pages silent in their speech. That sounds blank.
Yeah,
right?
they're just blank.
One stands clear to the warmth's gentle reach. Is one closer to the fire?
So at first I thought this painting, there's a blank spot in the painting that looks like a piece of paper, but my reaction was just a blank thing. There's a clock over here with a ring inside of it.
We probably have to open that at some point. Can you
Yeah.
set it to 10 o'clock?
We can try that.
We're just going to spam your whole world until we get it.
Come on, clock. I have no idea like what actually does this makes the clock move. I'm just sort of like, I have to move the second hand too. I hope not. Oh, I do.
You move the hands independently? That's not how clocks work.
We're getting there.
Okay.
Sort of. We're both making progress. And
Maybe
not
it's a
making
secret
progress.
puzzle clock.
So just like, there's, let's see that there, I think.
I think
Wait.
I've guessed the secret already, though.
Okay, I got now like, oh wait, I had it. Did that do it? I have no idea if it did anything.
Okay.
There should be 3 items.
Well, we've got one. We need to find 3 rings or just 1 ring?
There's a plant over here.
There's a plant. Okay. Do you want to try the pages again? What do you feel like working on, Dave? Of the various things in the room.
There's a bookshelf over here.
Bookshelf. Okay.
Should we? I mean, they're all look the same, and so nothing stands out.
Okay. On the
I
second
could pick
tier,
them up.
maybe second.
Oh, there's a book with a 6 on it,
That sounds good.
but it's stuck. I can move every other book but that one.
Oh. Book of Satan. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna take all the books off the shelf. Oh no, they don't fall. They just hover midair.
Oh, that's cool.
That's kind of creepy and awkward.
So
All right, there's a 6 on the book.
it says, up on the second tier, a tale does lie, revealing the 4th.
Yeah, okay. So I got
you,
the 6.
you see a book that has a 4 on it, maybe?
Well,
on
so
the
it's
second
six-
shelf?
I mean, the second shelf has a 6 on it.
Okay, that doesn't help.
You have all the numbers you need.
Math, baby. 6 and 4 makes 10.
Wait, where's
Is that
the
what we're
4
trying to do? 451.
Well, the 451 opened up the sequence of drawers.
Okay.
I got the 10 out. I've got a coin.
We haven't done any of the papers yet, right? Can you? Oh, we
I
can't.
guess.
You got everything.
Okay.
I mean, it should be either 410. I guess.
Also, you got a coin.
I know there's a 50. The coin has
Take a close at.
it has a 50 on it.
Yes.
Oh, there's a 50. So you got all the numbers.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
okay, we have 450.
When you said we have 3 numbers, I knew what you meant.
So we have 650 and 10.
Yeah.
What do we do
Yeah.
at 650 and 10?
So we could do 6, 10, and 50 seconds.
Take a close look at your riddle. There's a hint.
Sorry, I just locked the screen because I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go. Sweet. Okay. Oh, we have to put them in order. Okay. So the second one is the one we found in the fire, which is, what is that one? That's the coin?
Coin. Yeah.
So the second one is 50.
Seconds is 50. You were saying?
Uh-huh. The fourth one.
Fourth one.
The fourth one is the 6, I think.
Yeah, that's the number we found from the.
All right.
So it goes something 10, something 56, 1056. That's a weird one though, but that's a time, I guess. 1056. Set the clock for 1056, Dave.
What to do? But there's 3 hands, so like I guess I feel like I should be doing 1056 in some number of seconds.
No. Okay. Or 10, 50, and then 6 or something. Just try combinations of those and see what you get.
That's not
All right.
just on the order.
What's the second one?
On the riddles, what hand is talking to?
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Mm.
If you also take as
Yeah. Short one's the hour. The longer one's the minute hand.
Oh,
the super
okay.
one's the second hand.
Interesting. I was wrong about the order. So the seconds is the fire, which is 50.
All right.
So put the second hand at 50. And then the other one or the other one. So I guess the other one is probably 410.
You mean 610?
610. That's what I mean. 610.
All right. We're gonna see what we can get to with grabbing stuff. We might get what we get.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Well, the problem is there's seconds here and seconds there. But yeah.
Oh man.
But yeah, I see the letters now. That's cool. But I don't know. Okay,
I got
so
it
this is
open.
610, 50 seconds.
We got 610 and 50 seconds.
And you got the ring.
and a ring.
Yeah.
All right.
Now what do you do with the ring? Put it in the painting?
I'm gonna put it in the painting.
Yep.
All right. It's in the painting. It disappeared. We lost the ring. It turned into a painting.
Okay.
I feel like.
Did anything happen?
Well, the painting, the painting where there was a blank spot in the painting, it turned into the picture again, and the really valuable ring disappeared.
Oh man.
So I think we lost the treasure.
Okay, that's the end.
Okay.
Victory.
Cool.
It's okay. We can brute force it. I mean, it's good to know that people can brute force it if they can't figure it out. But yeah.
Were you brute force the clock?
No.
Kind of.
I said it to an intentional time.
I know. But it took us a while to get there.
Yes. A part of that was also the interface of the clock was really hard to work with.
Yeah, yeah.
There was a little bit of like, I don't want to change the time too much.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it was kind of hard to change the time.
Cool. Feedback.
All right.
I'm just going to sit down because I've been standing up too much so far today. So, sorry.
Wait, mine? I'm still on, right?
Yeah, you should be.
I didn't turn it off. Yeah, I mean, well, one, like, for the most part, like, the structure in the puzzles worked.
Yep.
Like, it definitely took a while.
Yeah.
And I don't think we were taking an unusual amount of time.
No, it would run about this long, probably.
Like, so it's definitely long. I honestly, like, the back and forth we had, I liked.
Yeah. Was it immersion breaking? Did you feel like we were like, I didn't know who I was or what I was doing?
No, it was.
I feel like I should be an ancient scholar or somebody calling you on the phone as you're exploring this house or something.
But I think the reality of this is we're going to fall into very practical roles no matter what.
Yeah, that's true.
Because like the reality of solving these puzzles was the overwhelming feeling of this.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't really acting out a role.
You also didn't really care what the poems said. You just wanted the information. So it's my job to kind of like translate into raw information.
The nature of the puzzles just drove us to solve the puzzles and not really interact with the world, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't like the book Fahrenheit 451 didn't feel connected to any of the story.
Yeah.
It just was a number on the table. And so I was very much.
I mean, 451 is about burning books, and you're in a room where there's books and fire. So it feels like that should have come into play at some point, like throwing a book into the fire.
Yeah.
Right.
And like the playing card was another way to get a number.
Yeah.
So I definitely felt the fact that the puzzles were puzzles,
Yeah.
but they weren't part of the story, so to speak. And that just drove us to, a lot of our conversation was less in the world and in the fantasy and much more just like solving the puzzle.
Yep.
I said like the puzzles were,
pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, the clock like was like just hard to use. I mean, like there's no way around that. But a clock is a hard interface because you've got the one hands overlap. Like, how do I know what I'm doing?
Right.
Like
Are there ways you can make it so you're like spinning a dial that spins the wheel as opposed to trying to spin the wheel with your fingers?
Yeah. I mean, my first reaction was, whoa, you're going with a seconds hand. Like you're going for the full 3 hands on a clock.
That's a lot.
Is a lot.
Yeah.
And it added to the frustration. It didn't add so much to it basically just made the world longer.
Yeah.
And so I would be looking at, if I had to look for a place to trim and scope, I would simplify the clock. And so we're finding 2 numbers.
It also feels like the ring should be meaningful somehow in the fiction, right?
Well, so
I kept waiting for us to be like the secret bastard son or something, right? Who's coming home to reclaim the treasure. Do you know what I mean, right? And the ring is like signifies that we are now the rightful ruler of the spooky mansion or something, right? It needs to have something that plugs the outcome of the game into the back into the fiction of the world, right?
Well, and right now the ring is just returning to the state we started at.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of a story of like maybe some mystery here, and I kind of to that point, I kind of want the ring to be like I want the initial picture to like not have the ring in it, but like to have a blank spot, and then when we find the ring, it like answers the mystery. Like, oh, the ring isn't actually...
The brothers were fighting because one of the younger sons was named the heir to the house or something, and he got the ring, and then he got murdered by his other brother, you know, or something. You know, like it needs to be important to the fiction. Right?
And that, like the nice thing about the clock, like seeing the ring, like in the clock, and be like, okay, I know we're getting like there's some really good structure to that. I like the polls on the desk as like an order thing. Definitely. I mean, you're just running into like every puzzle has to be implemented, right? You have to like actually implement a different mechanic for every different puzzle. And so the drawers have another interface problem, which is I didn't realize I'd opened one and then it got closed and then it already signaled that. And so you need like there's work here in just like iterating the experience so it has the right feedback and we don't get stuck on the implementation. We only get stuck like in the thinking.
Are you planning to have the 3 clues be held by 3 different people who are watching it? Okay, so it's a 4-player experience. Okay, I think that'll help in some ways. They'll have to decide what order to go in, and if they get stuck on one, they'll shift to another one. But that'll be fine.
Yeah, the simplicity of the room is really good for like being able to describe it. I don't know how much you felt not being able to see things.
It was good. I mean, it helped that I'd played before, so I had some sense of what it looked like.
Yeah.
But I think if the player describes it, it should be fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The hard part's going to be, I mean, it's possible some groups will get stumped if the person playing is either not good at describing things or the people not playing are not good at solving riddles. But I think it'll be okay.
Yeah. The obviously at the beginning, like walking to the portal is like every signal in that world says don't do that. Like the portal is a swirling thing of fire, and then I have to walk my head into the painting, and so I like those little bits to make the guest not worry about like basically I'm trying to do the thing I'm supposed to be doing, but the world is fighting me.
Right.
Like, those are the things to.
If it was like a half-open door, you'd be like, oh, there's a door.
And, I mean, what you want to do, like the way I would do this is the painting, and when I solve the painting, like a doorway appears. Like give me a metaphor, which is you go into this,
or the whole thing kind of shimmers and changes to the next setting.
Yeah.
Too. Right.
But like that's I think a piece of this work is just iterating the implementation to match intuition, to match like what the guest needs.
Yep.
And there's work of that.
I think you also need a way to figure out how to end it if they fail, right? So like put a timer on it, have some place where, oh, you're out of time. You attempted to solve the mystery of the brothers, but you only found out so much, right? And I think that's okay. And because you're gonna have to schedule groups coming through it, right? So you can't have infinite amount of time, right? But if each clue gives you a little bit of the brothers' story, then it's okay if they don't find out all of it, right? They will have found out some of the story along the way, and they'll be like, man, I'll have to talk to the other people who played this game and see if they found out what happened. Does that make sense, right? So if you can tie the narrative to the puzzle, then getting partway in is fine.
Yeah.
But if it's just abstract puzzles, then it feels like there's no meaning to not being able to get to the end.
And you've got a clock in the room.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking a lot about like things that are crazy scope, but I kind of want the clock ticking. And I want the story to be like you only have a certain amount of time to get the ring out.
Right.
And when that time runs up, like it's gone.
Like the house is being foreclosed on. They're going to steal it away from you and your family.
Like this is
the last chance to grab.
Like this is
whatever.
like, or like it's magical. Like this is the one moment when like the things aligned. And this is like the one window we have into like getting it out, and the clock's ticking.
Right.
I can see it
during the eclipse is the only time we can open the drawers or something, whatever it is.
And what I would do is I would put like I would get rid of the seconds hand and I have like some sort of like moon that moves around the outside. That's like the countdown timer when the portal's going to close.
Yeah.
And we have to like get that before we go. So it gives you a fixed time to like compete against.
Yep.
Because because I think you want both the drama of that.
Yep.
Like we got it. Like it's getting close. Like you get like it could go. You like have the chimes go
Yep.
bong.
When do you start brute forcing the clock because you don't know
Yeah.
what the numbers are, right?
And even if we fail and we're like frantically trying to get it out,
Right.
and then I would like I think what I would do is like I'd be holding the ring and we go back out the portal or something like that.
Right.
But I think you want to like get that more active and more of an interest curve at the end.
Right.
And I think that would also help the throughput problem, which is if you don't put a timer on this,
It'll take forever.
It might take forever.
Yeah.
And like it definitely takes a long
And then
time
you can
to
play test it with the time in mind and see if most people are getting what you want, right?
Yeah.
The other cool thing too is like if they fail, you could have a final screen that's just like somebody evil holding the ring, like looking at them or something, right? Like you didn't get it, the bad guy got it or whatever, right? And that would be nice just in terms of having a fictional consequence for not doing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like the mixed reality stuff. Like it feels good. And I think my one disappointment is it's sort of like the least interactive puzzle with the other people. Like it's just me. Like I can just sort of solve the picture myself. And I don't think I would shift that for jury, but if this is in festival, I would want to make that opening, I think, a more collaborative thing somehow.
Yeah, we could talk about that.
But yeah.
I mean, you could also print it out and make it a physical puzzle that they have to do on the table before the game starts or something. Just to like have everybody plug into the fiction of the interaction or something. Like if you just print out the squares and have them move them around or something.
But I mean, structurally, like I think you've got like it's bigger than it should be in terms of like time and scope, but now it's tightening and possibly like editing it down a little bit. But yeah, it's working.
It feels good. It works well. Yeah, you should be proud of what you built so far. Just trying to get it into something that's going to show well in 5 minutes or however long you have to run it at festival. Yeah.
There's no way this is coming down to 5 minutes.
You don't think so? 10 minutes? How long were we?
I would. Yeah. I'm guessing we're running behind. What? Yeah. I would guess. I would in my head. I would hold 10 minutes.
Okay, so 4 people, 10 minutes.
You're trying to get 4 people 10 minutes through here.
And then you get do the math. 24 an hour.
Yeah.
So you get 100 people to play it.
Like that's what I'd be trying to target.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. No worries.
Right.
Hope that was useful.
Does team come with me for a retrospective, please?
All right, I'm gonna dash down to the cavern.
Yeah.
Dash up to the cavern.
Oh man. So we lost the treasure.
这不好吧？哇，有人神的味儿啊！哎，这个 star 我真的觉得有人神的味儿。你别说，真可以，我来模仿一下。启动，启动。
开始。
到这边就让它往前飘一会儿。
那个黑底白字。
然后现在我们转场有点生意，和搞一下。能把那个箱子拿走，就多一个位置。不是。观察一下这个动向。对，看不到。
All right.
Mystic Dance Pad.
Just gonna jump into it.
You gonna prep us at all?
Yeah. Do we
need to know anything?
Do you want us to be completely ignorant, or
Or do you want to treat us like we're guests at festival? Hey, this is cool. Wow, look what they did to this place. Amazing. Okay, so what are we supposed to do?
Upper right to start.
What's
upper right to start? All right, we'll just do it.
Right to start.
Upper right.
Mhm.
Which one?
The blue button. The one above the circle.
Oh.
I'm not sure how we're supposed to divide these up.
Oh yeah, so. So what is that?
X squared. Triangle. You didn't get that? Oh, triangle squared. X squared. Triangle. X squared. X squared. Now we're in the bathtub. Whoa, not real.
发生那些大肉，有些大。这个事情吧，这个事情。可以关了，后面结束不了，结束不了。可以关，可以关。哦，只能说很有道理，我也不知道。发现了一个奇怪的。
Yeah, no, that's what we only use these arrows in the beginning, right?
Just
all symbols.
Especially for the credits.
Especially for the credits, yeah.
All right.
Sweet. Lights, somebody? Yeah, okay. Cool. So I like the overlay on the dance pad.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's in the right position for 2 or 4 people to play it at the same time, though. It either needs to be higher, like Gemma drum height, or we need to have like cushions at the bottom so people can kneel. That makes it slightly less accessible. So you probably want it table height, I would guess. Yeah.
And definitely the dance pad is fighting you here.
Yeah.
Like they don't feel like buttons. Like the world says push these buttons.
Yeah.
And the dance pad says I'm not buttons. I'm like pieces of paper that might trigger an effect.
Yeah.
And so I mean, so I like the fact that we're sort of like trying to learn the symbols. The feedback on the dance pad, I mean, honestly, like punching paper started to like hurt my knuckles.
Yeah.
I definitely like the fantasy at the beginning, like seeing like the things sort of go to the ghost. I was starting to like try to form an idea in my head, like what is happening.
Yeah, but then we cut to the credits, and that was hard.
Yeah, the fact that
I assumed the second part was supposed to be in that second room, but somehow it jumped to the credits instead.
So that was we experienced a bug.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
There's actually a bigger boss in that room, but I don't know why.
Okay, just I guess confirmation. The world is not half fighting the credits. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Good to know.
Yeah. I mean, some fighting in the credits is kind of funny, but you know, like how they have those extended credits in movies now that have like little animated stuff. But that could be like bonus. It doesn't need to be part of the
main experience. I guess I honestly thought we were doing the right thing.
Oh, did you? I was pretty sure after we skipped the second room that was not right.
Yeah. Well, I guess I thought we'd just sort of skipped ahead to the credit scene.
Okay.
And like you'd built out just an elaborate. You attack the credits.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's way too long if you're attacking the credits.
Yeah. I guess that's the. So I guess what should we have seen?
Normally, you should have seen a bedroom in which there are like 4 temples on the down and left and right. You should like use these buttons to like separately attack all of them, and there will be like consecutive fireballs like shooting at you, and you should need to use these buttons to like carry them. And after you defeat the temples, then you will come to the final credit scene. It will just like go through.
Yeah, so the fireballs, I didn't at all recognize that we were supposed to do anything with them. Did I miss that? Like when there was a fireball on the wall behind Dave, was I supposed to hit the pink arrow or something?
Yeah, because you missed that. It was actually, we skipped the... Yeah.
Okay, because it also felt like there were like white things floating around that I couldn't, like sometimes we would follow them, but then the pattern would still appear on this. So our eyes kept going to the side, and then we had to look back at the thing to try to figure out where the pattern was.
I was confused about what position in the world meant.
Yeah.
Because there was like interfaces happening over here, but we're also sort of like sometimes getting trained over here.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel consistent.
Yeah.
And so I never understood like the connection between pushing the buttons, the interface, and the effects in the world. Like I knew that if all I really got was if we match the symbols, something will happen.
And we'll progress forward to the game.
Yeah.
It's really hard to both hit the buttons and be looking at the screen at the same time. And so whatever effect happens after you hit the buttons is not easy for your eyes to follow. Does that make sense, right? Because you're going like doon, like this, and that's not really great on your neck either. I feel like if it was higher and we weren't also having to bend down, that would be better, right? But I think there may be a level of complexity in what's happening graphically with the symbols that you may not need. Does that make sense? Just because it's going to be hard for the guests to follow that through the experience. But you want to talk about controls first, because it seems like you want to push them away from DDR pad.
Well, I kind of liked having to like map like directions. Like, there's a little bit of like, a lot of games do like, you use the triangle, the square, all that stuff, and like you gotta sort of remember it. And so at the beginning Feli was training us to like collaborate on this interface to like be good at this.
Yeah.
But to your point, we're in a space that's very physical, and where we're looking, how we look there is an essential part of all that.
Yeah.
And
so can I tell you what I want first? Yeah. So this is totally not thinking about scope at all. What I want is these symbols to be on pillars around the edge of the room, and you have to run around and hit different combinations of them with the people that you're playing with. Does that make sense, right? So you have to be like, okay, I'm on triangle, Dave has to be over there at square, and then we have to hit him at the same time, right? So that way it makes us move around.
Well, and I think that speaks to like the question about the world. Is this a world about speed and reaction?
Yeah.
And so like we gotta get this and then that and then that, and we gotta sort of like just hit it as fast as possible, or is it about coordination?
I think it's coordination, right?
And I think
it doesn't progress until you've done the combination, right?
Yeah, and I think it pushed us towards coordination, but the world didn't make it clear like what it was really about. Because I think that's the thing I also don't really get is if we are the things waiting for us,
right?
So is the world about, because if we're sort of like fighting enemies, then usually enemies don't wait for us,
right?
So I'd want to really sort of have the pacing be clear about what we're doing and really reinforce the coordination aspect of this.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like I'm trying to figure out. The fiction to me also wasn't really clear. So we're like this elf person who went to sleep and is having this dream. But then who are we, the guests? Are we parts of the elf person's dream? Like that part still is kind of unclear. Like I think you need to either tell the guests specifically who they are, or there needs to be some part of the story that makes it clear who we are. Because to me it felt like, so this feels like a mystic lock or something that we have to press the right combinations of things on to open up something. Does that make sense, right? And so that would be an okay metaphor if, like, I don't know, the monsters all have this like symbol on their stomach or something, right? And then you're basically just like getting rid of the monsters by hitting the right lock combination on them or something, right?
I mean, so I think retheming the pad is really, really good because this did make it sort of feel like a little bit like spellcasting.
Yeah.
And like the ornateness of it.
Yeah.
This is just where like
the fiction needs to help us a little bit.
Yeah, like basically like there needs to be like, this is what you're doing, so how you think about it. And so like, should we be thinking about we're casting a spell together?
Right.
Or is like,
and if we're casting a spell together, who are we?
Yeah.
Are we witches? Are we like little magic elf people like the one in the picture, right? But it doesn't make sense that we're somehow in the elf person's head but don't have roles if we're working together to cast the magic. Do you know what I mean? I just don't know who I am as a player.
And like the arrows kind of work against some of this stuff because arrows sort of imply movement. So they have meaning. The nice thing about like triangle, and I mean X is a little meaning, but like the circle, square, triangle, X, the meaning is kind of arbitrary, which is like nice. Like it's just matching patterns.
Yeah.
So like I think that's the thing is like know the meaning of this.
Right.
So know the meaning of the control.
You could change the arrows into something that looks a little bit more abstract, so it looks less like an arrow, because you can arbitrarily change them, right?
I mean, if I'm thinking about like 3 people, I guess 2 people, I would get rid of the 2 middle ones and just give like someone. I would clear like.
The arrow are actually used as to indicate you should attack the enemies on the up, down, left, and right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's the thing that you need. I think you need to clarify.
We didn't see that
simplify.
part because we skipped it. Yeah.
And I guess no, like if we're sort of reacting to stuff that we didn't get to see too.
Yeah. How many people are you gonna let in play at once, right? Because it seems like it could work for 4 people, maybe 3 people, maybe more. If everybody like, you can't have one person on each button because there's not enough space, right? Unless you build out a different control scheme, right? I was wondering if you were going to tell them to switch to an adaptive controller and put some real buttons on it.
I could see that being a path.
Yeah.
I guess how many is this designed for?
Yeah.
1 to 4.
1 to 4, please.
What's your ideal group size?
2 isn't going to work though. I mean, 1 isn't going to work because you don't have 3 hands.
Yeah.
So you can't do the 3 button patterns if you only have 1 player.
You can actually consecutively press them.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's that kind of like focus of it feels a little bit compromised. Like they're sort of like saying yes to like a bunch of different things that can all sort of work.
Yeah.
And it needs to like focus and be like, this is what it is.
Right.
But I mean, that said, the visuals and actually the basic premise of like us sort of like hitting things together and like defending stuff is really good. Like the whole, I mean, like the intro is really cute and lovely. Like I think my overall reaction is there's some work to do to like tighten this and make the pieces work together better.
Yeah.
But I think the overall structure, the overall thing you have, like is right.
It feels much better too to have moved away from this on the floor. And so if you're going to elevate this another 1.5 feet, maybe, right? Then the question is, why is it a dance pad at all, right? And if all of these are just a button press, you could set up a different control scheme if you wanted. You may not be able to do that by jury, right? But you could think about that, especially if you're working towards festival. But yeah, especially if you can put this all on a big rolling cart and like roll it out of the way and then roll it back in or something. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean the interface connection is nice. I think you get the fact that these are flexible buttons helps you decorate them.
Well, and if you make this out of cloth, you print this on cloth, and so punching it isn't going to hurt your hand.
Yeah,
I mean, you'll still have the problem that it's supposed to be stomped on, and so it doesn't register hand touches
and just,
like
I mean,
you want.
The big thing is like it's just bad for feedback. Like it's hard to tell I pushed the button, and if you get a physical button, like the click is a really important part of that experience. So I know I did it, and like I think that's a piece of the world is there's enough stuff going on that the feedback and the clarity of what I should be doing is far enough away that I get confused. And like the button presses are part of that. I didn't know if I missed the button at times, or what. And so the places where you can.
Well, I didn't do it the first time, and then you punched it, and it worked, right?
Yeah.
So then we switched to punching it. The other thing is the tech crew have been a little bit nervous about us using DDR pads at festival because they think they're going to get destroyed by like 100 people stomping on them. Does that make sense, right? So you might want to move away from it, and partially for that reason, because if you have 100 people punching this thing, it may break sometime in the night.
My understanding is the cavern already destroyed DDR pads.
That's true. We've already destroyed 2, so there's only so many replacements right now. But yeah. But anyway.
In a way that was very unexpected.
But it wouldn't be hard, like, to get an adaptive controller and run buttons out from it and then put a decorative thing over top of it or something, right? But we can talk about that more if you get past jury and want to try to talk about festival.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the first thing for jury, you wanted to play all the way through.
Yeah. Fix the bug.
I would think
you probably want it to be shorter too.
Yeah.
How long does it normally play? Really? I feel like we were playing it a lot longer than that. Maybe that was just a bug.
Yeah, that's because of the
Okay.
But yeah, make sure jury gets to play it the way you want it to be played. I think it's kind of an obvious thing.
Yeah.
I think I would keep the DDR pad in place.
For jury is fine. I would figure out a way to elevate it more. Because you don't want like the old faculty members to playing it like this, right?
If you look at like the adaptive controller and like look at buttons, and as a team you're like, we think we want to go in this direction.
Yeah.
Then you can kind of like have those buttons at jury and be like, our proposal would be possibly to move to buttons like this.
The Voxon team is using adaptive controller and buttons, so if you want to just look at their setup and see what they're doing, that could be something. Messy's over there giving you the thumbs up, so your tech people can talk to their tech people and figure it out. Right?
Yeah, and I like the idea of possibly spreading out. Like if you go to buttons, you could change the configuration with a little bit more flexibility to what you're doing.
Yeah, and you could either get more people in, or people could have to move between different buttons, which would be fun too. Because part of the fun of being in this space is being able to move around it. And so if everything is stationary, it makes it hard. But if you move the things around, people can move around the space a little bit, right? But again, that's advanced stuff you can think about later on. So cool.
Right. Thanks, team.
Yep. Oh, I should cut it off so I'm not deafening.
Get an action figure. Check that out.
远景，对，以后在那个 Discord 里头。我现在还不在。没有夜班的时候。
Just missing a few. So is it still 2 players or just 1?
2 players.
You want to drive or you want to cook here?
I'll drive.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like you got to drive.
When it was not fun.
Oh, there you are. Hey, come here. We're live. Are we good to run? Yes.
Just the sound meow. I'm like, okay.
Do you have a Mickey peripheral? Maybe? No, we have to make it. No, we're at 1:30. That's fine.
Force feedback.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know the story? We asked, Arthur sent us a very low budget steering wheel and said, hey, can our team have this? And I was like, why don't we have a steering wheel made to see? Of course. And I showed it to John and he says, that piece of crap. No. You need the best one on the market.
That is what John said like
Well, I let him win this one. Because it's cool. It is really cool. It has pedals.
Well, he wants to not have to refire.
这个是麦还是那个是麦？
Can you drive so?
可是现在是他的在跑。
So,
现在是他的在跑。
how we need to either you hold this and tap that, or you kind of just.
In the morning we did one camera
You just hold it with your right hand.
Leaving your experience out to the guest interpretation. Dangerous.
I know, right? So I would say just hold it with the right hand and tap with the left hand.
Okay. I'm thinking Dave drives.
Is it mixing? This looks like bartending.
We're making milkshakes.
Well,
All right.
Boozy milkshake.
correct.
We're drinking and driving.
Screwdriver, like the screwing that back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to play. Take the ship.
Oh, oh. Don't lose it. No pedals though. It's like Mario Kart auto pedal.
My son is really good at running, especially when it's cold.
Yeah. Some of those levels are actually that's the best way to go. There are a couple of them where our 4-year-old consistently beats us by not steering. I feel like they put those in there just to make the toddlers win.
My daughter is still on a journey to beat me in Mario Kart. There's some levels she's got, but on average.
Yeah, 2 rounds of making racing game.
My wife can beat me.
I realized what's really fun about it is like there's no traffic.
Whoa, we're going.
Yeah.
So
You can steer around and kind of pick up the.
Am I just making some crazy rainbow drink?
Yeah.
This looks good. I can't tell what I'm supposed to be doing.
Do I actually have control?
You're doing right.
I can't go left.
We can't go.
Just up to.
I don't think the steering wheel is doing anything.
Yeah, my control is.
Why is it?
This is doing anything. I can't tell what the control is doing.
No, you just gotta tap it to pour the drink when it's like right under it. You need to hold it with 2 hands. Otherwise
Or the current will
Is the
go.
steering wheel working?
Yeah. The steering wheel's I don't know why it's not going left. You can use the keyboard instead, then just using A and D.
Now I think I'm out of all my food.
You'll hold down A, kind of go left.
Cabbage pudding.
It doesn't feel like anything's happening.
But you went right.
No, I mean, like, it looks like it looks like you got a world where I'm following a path, I can steer possibly relative to that path.
That's
Yes.
the order.
And
Okay.
it's like the path is, the path is
How am I supposed to know what
driving
these drinks are?
Like, yeah, there's someone else. Testing it. You mind if I open another bill?
Do you look at stuff?
Huh? I don't know why it wouldn't work.
Well, the fact your keyboard was timing. You say that it was nice work.
It's supposed to be.
Do you have the version that you tested version last night?
Yes, I did.
You sync to like that version.
This is the version.
它不像普通下面有个小字，然后上面有这种。那为什么我们两个人在这儿？ 那所以我们同时想。
It's just there's no difference between the two codes. That's what it is. I don't think I'm worried about him. Controls are like this.
I haven't played the four player version.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We're
Live.
Yeah. I rewind the back to the version. I added an ending screen and then it stopped working.
So far I get no order. What is an audio?
It's the type of thing.
I know, but how do I know it's...
It's all the clues based on that's why I was like based on what's on the left. It's like when the pup moves right under the.
Well, I got that, but I just don't know what drinks I'm supposed to be mixing. Like, what's the recipe?
These are the drinks. Whichever has a light.
Okay.
You tap it when
One has a light.
Yeah, so the one that has a light, you kind of just tap you just tap it when your cup moves right beneath it.
Well, which one? Okay, which one is lighting up? None of them are lighting up.
There's no possible right now.
Oh, I see. Okay, I do all of these now?
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting low on some stuff.
Yeah.
Give you more clues.
No, I got it now. So we're running out of, looks like tequila.
Yeah.
I don't know how much control. I mean, we get what we get.
Okay.
I just try to hit bottles. I think.
Now we're out of vodka.
Alright. I think I got vodka?
Yes.
It's got our
okay.
telephone.
Now we need some,
Our
we need some Hennessy.
All the bottles look very similar.
Okay.
Actually, if there's colors, that might be an easier way to tell.
Purple or or black. I don't know.
At least the red one.
You got some stuff. We need some gin, some tequila, some crazy drinks, some Morgan. We need some more. Yeah, we're good now.
It's kind of back it over its life. Didn't have an ending, but it just keeps going.
Okay, so now I'm at a drink store. That is a crazy drink that I would not drink. So why is it
Yeah.
Now, Makey is prone to, I mean, like using algorithm approach like that. Sometimes being consistent is a challenge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, that's kind of the gameplay.
Okay.
Later.
Over the volume a little bit. The smooth.
It's not bad.
Not bad background.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so kind of a big thematic shift. You were originally food truck stuff.
Yeah.
And sometimes like shifting to mixed drinks makes a lot of sense because one of the really nice things is you've got an interface that makes sense for what we're making.
Yep.
And so like the whole metaphor now has just a lot more clarity. It's like there's a drink system and you need to like put alcohol in the cups and get those to customers, and we're driving around. And so a lot of the fiction I understand.
Yep.
And there's
how can we deliver that a little more clear?
well, I mean, so there's some things to talk about a little bit. Like the world loop, like literally the loop we're driving around is kind of weird. Like so driving, I was making up my own goals. It's like I'm gonna try to get more bottles. And so like the actual like drive of this, like what we're doing and why we're doing it, and we're trying to achieve, like basically what progress and success are like that's where I think some of the iteration really needs to be. I think I understand what you're doing, which is there are customers and I have to drive over like where their teleportation pad is or something like that.
Yeah.
And then they become a customer and then we make the drink. But how that all connects together, like, I mean, the closest we have is like
counting our score.
We have like money,
but it's on your screen and not my screen, so I don't see it, and so I don't really know. All I know is individual success. I don't really have a sense of how we're building something together.
And the idea of like running out of an alcohol is like kind of works, but there isn't a whole lot of like we need to talk and strategize. Like, oh, we should do this. So there just isn't a good sense of this is what we're trying to do, and let's work together to do it.
Partly because it's really fast, right? And so like you're not strategizing. You're not like getting a customer and then being like, oh, we're out of vodka. Dave, can you pick up some vodka before I make this drink, right?
Yeah, like the path of this was like just an abundance of like so many customers.
It's kind of frantic. It's like you literally have like one shot to make this drink before the cup like disappears, kind of, right? Whereas if it's like I have 6 buttons and I can push them in different combinations to make the drinks, then instead of just being like, oh, it means I can actually like wait and be like, hey, can you go get these ingredients and then I'll finish making it.
Yeah, I think the thing I would really want to shift on this is the idea of getting customers and orders. I would go for like I mean, the idea of like this fancy stuff in the space is fine. I would have targets I hit, which are orders. And so I hit an order, and all of a sudden the order is like, we have to complete it, and there's a destination for it. And so we have to like make the order and deliver it as like a complete loop of interaction. Right now, it's really disconnected. Like it's weird that I run over a person and then we make them a drink and somehow magically they get it. And it's sort of like, and I think that the reality of your world is one of the strangest things. Is it's just like this neighborhood of an infinite circle with people standing there waiting for drinks somehow, and then
it feels like it wants to be like essentially we're delivery drivers for mixed drinks, right? And so we get a text or something that's an order that pops up on the screen. I make the order, and then I just like book orders on the side, and then after I make the drinks, it's Dave's job to find these customers and drop them off. Does that make sense, right?
So do you think probably more freedom on the driving itself? Maybe in the sense that you actually, like, there's no set path.
Well, more freedom on both sides. I want to know what the recipe is for the drink, and then hit the right things to make it happen.
Okay.
And I don't want it to be rushed because of this cup going by.
Okay.
Like, I want to be able to like hit a button for the right drink, and then hit another button, and it squirts the drink down into the drink or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can still keep the same interface, right? But I want to be like, okay, I want drink number 4, and then pour, and then I want drink number 2, and then pour. Does that make sense? So I have more control over what I'm doing as the drink maker. Because right now it feels like a rhythm game where if I miss it, I just fuck it up completely.
Well,
I was trying to make it a rhythm.
Well, and honestly, like the driving feels like a rhythm game too.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like trying to like hit all the bottles as I go, and so the design of the level suggests something that doesn't quite reinforce what the game seems to want to be.
Right, because if you had a ticket that was like recipe and then also like location, and the location was like, I don't know, like you had a little mini map and it was like in this quadrant of the city, and then you drive over and you find the person and you drop the thing off or whatever. I don't know. It's right now it feels like the gameplay doesn't quite deliver on the fiction of making people drinks and delivering them by car, right? And by itself, it's not fun enough to kind of transcend the fiction. Does that make sense? So we don't really care what the fiction is. We're just like having fun with the gameplay. Does that make sense, right?
Yeah.
So I either want the gameplay to be closer to the fiction that we're trying to do, or I want the gameplay to be so fun that I don't care that it's a little bit nonsensical. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I mean, I have a reaction to the music a little bit. The music is sort of like chill, and just like we're just like we're good at this, and we're just giving people drinks.
And then we'll hand you a drink, and then we'll cruise to the next stop. You know, like it needs, if that's the vibe.
Yeah.
It needs to be chill and not like frantically
Not rushed,
making drinks and then throwing them out the car window. You know, like it's got to be.
Yeah, and if it's not that, if it is wants to be frantic, then I would shift the music.
Right.
Like it could be like you could use chill as like the basis, but I think you need to twist it.
Yeah.
You need to like have the music reflect how we want to feel, and so it's a little like that clarity would be good too.
Right.
There's definitely like you're using real alcohol, which is fine, but it doesn't help you too much.
Because like also I'm like, that drink looks disgusting that I just made. Why would anybody want these 4 things, much less these 6 things all mixed together in the same
Well, and so like I'm gathering bottles, and these don't help me gather bottles.
Because also if we're making screwdrivers, then we just need vodka and oranges, right? So we're like squeezing some oranges, making some orange juice. And if you're using makey, you can have actual oranges. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like tightening it all up
Because
around.
honestly, last time I was trying to get the customers, like get the player to be able to choose their path and taking whichever path they can do,
right?
Things like that.
So what I would do as a team is I would back like it's like it's something like balance the jury and festival.
Yeah.
I like right now you're sort of thinking these like separate systems, and they need to be a connected system. And so this isn't a driving game and like a rhythm game. This is a drink making game, and I would think about where like that coordination cooperation is. I would wonder, like, if you want gathering to be a verb here, like, then the gathering needs to be clearer and more motivated.
and
Like-
more spread out.
Like, so for instance, if you made gathering to be like, I gathered fruit, like there are limes and oranges and cherries, and like certain drinks have alcohol, but then they need this like
Right.
other thing, then there could be this idea that to achieve this drink in this time, we need to like both mix it and gather an ingredient.
I'm making a Manhattan, so I need a whiskey, but I also need a cherry to put in it, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
And that right now, the fact that like the alcohol is like a meter that's kind of like hard to see, I would think about moving to gathering to be more discrete things. That's like, I need one, I have none, or I need 4 and I only have this many.
You can also space this out, because right now the gameplay is like just constantly picking up things and people, but that doesn't make it very fun for the driver, because it doesn't really matter where you go.
It's kind of
Like if it's spread out more, you can be like, okay, I gotta go through. I finally got a customer. Okay, cool, right? You know, it's very dense right now.
Is this procedural? Okay.
That's why it's kind of randomly placed around there.
Yeah, and I guess danger of procedural levels is they feel repetitive, in the sense that like they're different, but all that difference is like reduced down to it's kind of the same. And I would think about like, yeah, like is there a sequence of 5 drinks that we make?
And then we're done.
Yeah,
Right.
because the truth is like this isn't an experience that necessarily needs to be repeatable, so it doesn't need a lot of variety of content. It's about doing it. And then if you think about the sequence of drinks, then you can interest curve it. And like that first drink could be just a simple, like, you know, 2 things together. And then we like escalate it. We got to like get a mix in. We got to like, we don't have it. We need to get it. And then like the last one, like what is the last one? And yeah, that's where I would sort of like want to move this. How do you feel about the controls and the interface?
I mean, I talked about it a little bit. I think I don't like.
It doesn't really.
It just doesn't. I mean, it's more the screen than these controls, right? It's like this feels rhythm gamey, and I want to be able to have like more control over it, or I want to be able to throw it in the trash if it's not the drink that I want at the end. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because like here, where I'm trying to get all of them, that's just like I'm gonna miss one maybe, or and then I'll have to just do it over again. So I don't know. I feel like.
Well, I'm trying to think, like this interface implies sort of that you'd have like 6 buttons.
Yeah.
That you'd sort of have actually like access to each one individually. And I mean, I sort of like the cleverness of like having the drink pass below so you get onto one button.
That's fine too.
But the other thing I would want to look at is the timing of this doesn't connect to the actual fiction of what we're doing. Because it's not, I guess it's weird that customer was like several miles ago, but now they're at the end of this conveyor belt. And like that's the time constraint is that. The thing that makes more sense is the customer is in the future, and you
deliver it.
have to get the drink done.
I have to get the drink right before we deliver.
Yeah,
it,
and so I would have a like, if I could do it, I would have a sense of progress of like how close are to the customer, and then what that creates for the person making the drinks is
I got so many chances to try to hit this.
and then maybe like you have to like you're like, oh crap, like I'm getting so close, I'm just gonna deliver them a bad drink.
Yeah.
So I gotta stop trying to make it good, and like so that tension, and that's where like the idea of making drinks as like a core iteration here is like what's the timing on this, what they're trying to do, and then like what is the person like can the person in the van do anything to help that?
There needs to be some like more increased tension between the 2 roles so we have a reason to coordinate, right?
Yeah.
Right now the only tension is whether you're running out of a drink. And that's okay, but also like this player doesn't have an obvious way to get a drink aside from just grabbing every bottle that exists, right? So
there could be a strategy there.
Yeah, so I think the short-term iteration I'd do is I would space this out, try to space this out.
Yeah.
And think like if you can, recognizing that modifying the world so much that it's like a just intentionally designed set of things might be tricky.
Yeah.
But if I could get there, I would make that sequence more intentional. And I would
if we space this out so that every drink matters, this will feel better too. Does that make sense? Like I really have to get every drink right or we're gonna fuck everything up, right? Does that make sense, right?
So maybe
a
smaller level so that I don't need to do everything procedural.
Well, and again, if we make 5 drinks and it's over, I think about like that. Like how do you space it out that way, pacing wise, right?
And at that point, like right now, we have agency over picking not getting a drink or something like that. And so there's the choice here is kind of meaningless. The closest you get is like gathering bottles, but like you have a bunch of customers who are like right next to each other, and I don't understand like why I get two at once and stuff like that. Yeah. And so I think a question for this whole world is, does the team have choice over the customers, or the customers part of the level design that like just gets fed to me, and we have to get like the first customer, we always deliver it to the same place, and there's no not doing that. The only things we don't do are like success on delivering that drink. Like, do we do it well? Right now you have a whole thing that's like you could choose to not make a drink ever in this world, and it's not clear. I think you want to sort of like pack away from that choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
We all think about this.
Yep.
Cool.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this team is following me for
Okay, now we're playing Candy Cane.
We're kind of behind.
Yeah, I know we're really behind.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh, wait. Oh, over here. We're gonna hang out over here.
Okay.
And let them get set up. I'm gonna like anticipate the candy canes. These look dangerous.
We have a interesting
what happened? I'm ready.
And for this problem, but like something.
We should just start so we can let them get set up over there. Yeah.
Well, then, we're talking about it.
I don't know. I was just wondering how long it's going to take them to get going.
Yeah, DDR's next. Actually.
Okay.
Are you guys switching to 48? No. Never mind.
All right, we're gonna keep the order.
Okay, that's fine.
No, it's going to be 50, 60, and 48.
Yeah, I mean, like worst case,
So I'm still staying here. It's so weird.
like at any point for the next few days, if you have questions or anything that you can help me with, like,
Yes.
recheck.
They're in place.
I
Thank
should
you.
be here at least at some point. But yeah, I'll help. Don't worry. No, like
It's just like so anyway. I don't think I can make it. I've been trying to look up at everything. It's just like,
well, I cannot promise that I'm gonna know how to fix it either, but I'd be happy to take a look just because, yeah, I mean, you don't want a world that might have a throughput of like 200 people to be crashing like every 3 people. Don't worry, we can take a look later.
Can we talk right after this? Are you still wanting to film kids tonight? Okay. Yeah, we can talk. That's totally fine. I just need to let my wife know so the kids so let's talk very soon.
Is the resolution gonna be a problem?
Are you kids union members?
Yeah, we just.
so our game is a 2-player collaborative game. So with different like 2 players do different things. I would say the player on the left is it's more difficult. Yeah.
Wow. Cool. Good.
The audio. The audio.
David is left. Audio what?
The audio is I don't know.
Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Alright, drop those apples, flamingo, something else.
I know they both want the apple. Okay. Oh, it's collaborative. Okay. You're moving and not bending the neck. Good job, kid.
Both the draft.
So it's your fault if we fail.
I think we'll fail together.
We can pick out.
If we succeed, it's mine.
Is that how it works?
Oh, here they come. Take us over to the apple, Dave. Missed. You keep missing these so easy. Oh, behind us. Oh. Hard to tell which squares you're allowed to be in, huh? Let's go kick at a flamingo.
Can we?
Apparently.
Oh, wait, we can.
Some of these you can just get yourself. You don't even need me.
Ah!
I'm trying. Pick the flamingo.
Alright,
Boom.
nice, get the apple.
I'm trying. Do I have to get it, or can you just run into them?
I don't know.
Okay. Oh, side. You're moving too fast.
I'm trying to like have discrete button presses. So I can hold down. So it's like
Oh, you can? Okay. I still got the back head and forward head, I think, mixed up. That's normal for me.
well, the draft is aligned to the directions.
Yes. Get over there. Hit the flamingo. Get right next to him and I'll smack him. Oh, there we go.
Wait, gold apple.
Gold apple. No. I think we can't get them all, so I think we should just strategize to hit the flamingos.
Do we get points for that? Or
I don't know. I can't tell. It doesn't count against us or for us. Whew.
And name your group.
And there are our team names.
Jeff.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Like J-E-F-F?
Yeah, let's go that. Jeff Giraffe.
Okay, so you're currently temporarily the first guy in the ranking list.
Okay.
Cool.
Do we get points for the flamingos, or do we just do that for fun?
The golden apple like values 3 points.
No, I mean hitting the flamingo.
Only hitting the flamingo doesn't like
It doesn't do anything?
like you hit the flamingo and then you get a golden apple.
Oh, that wasn't clear at all.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, a lot of this is really nice. Like the polish on the whole thing is really great. Like
Good job on taking what you had and making it a lot better.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I like the fact that it's cooperative.
Mhm.
Man, like my shins hurt.
Yeah, me too.
Like I'm on my toes. Like this is. I definitely feeling the DDR pads as a mediocre interface to this, and that's hard. Like I think for movement especially. I don't know how you felt with the head.
Same
bobbing,
thing. I was just frantically hitting the ones that I thought were in the right.
but I was having a really hard time controlling because I have to like tap as opposed to step.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to move discrete steps.
Yeah.
But the input is actually lets me be continuous.
I just wanted a very large joystick. Is what I wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, a large like something I have a lot more control over would have felt better, and like a joystick would match the head especially well. And yeah, it's interesting. Like the DDR pad made me feel like I was being really frantic. Like I was like desperately trying to get the apples, but the world didn't feel frantic.
No, the world.
It's
weird.
The world's pretty chill.
The vibe of the game is like, we're hanging out, but then the game is like,
yeah,
which is a little bit weird.
And I sort of like the fact that it was intense.
Yeah.
Because like truthfully, like the interest curve for this, that intensity like gave it some stuff.
Yeah.
But it also like had a feeling like the world wasn't designed for that.
Yeah.
And so I want to figure out like how to make the interest curve be more intentional.
Yeah.
And sort of match the controls better.
I sort of wonder if it's a kid's game, if you need the play area to be as big as you have it. Does that make sense, right? Like if the squares are really big and the giraffe is moving between like 4x4 grid, you know what I mean? Or even a 2x2 grid, right? Like you have to be in the right one of these 4 squares. It depends on like what the vibe is, right?
And that was one of the things I sort of felt was there's a lot of the screen in the play area is in the middle, but that's not where the action happens.
Yeah.
The action is at the edges when we bend the neck.
So you need more edge and less middle because the middle, there's not much happening. Does that make sense?
I like the sunflowers, but they don't.
They don't tell you where the ins and sides of the squares are. Yeah.
I love so much about this world. Like actually just looking at the screen, like it's like the flamingo being kind of an asshole is like great. And like the giraffe, like but I want the story of why we're confined to this area and why the apples are falling out here and why we have to bend our neck to make more sense, to be clearer. And so right now, like that's some of the weirdness is the apples. I don't really fully understand that the apples mostly fall on the edges.
Oh, okay. So what if you replace the middle with an apple tree, right? So there's an apple tree that's dropping apples, and the giraffe and the flamingo are fighting over who gets the apples when they fall from the tree.
Even like their apple trees around the edge. Basically,
Yeah,
I want the world to say, hey, apples are falling around the edge. You can't go under the apples, so you have to get close and bend your neck. And like that's basically what the world really is. But the world doesn't say it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the flamingo can come in and like be kind of
Be
a
a jerk,
thing.
yeah.
Like the gold apples are great. They're like it's like who cares like how much they're worth? We're gonna go for them no matter what.
Well, and I think you should make it somehow clear that if you hit the flamingo drops a golden apple or something, right? That makes it doesn't have to make real logic. It can just be video game logic.
The flamingo should be like holding a golden apple. When you hit the flamingo, the golden apple goes up in the air and then it comes down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like just put it on the flamingo's head. Like you don't have to like do any animation here.
Yeah,
It would be
yeah.
complicated, but like you want. And I guess that's the thing is like when we say like tell the story and make things. Like it's not like be complicated about it. It's just like you've got half of it. Like you've got the clear green spaces where I can go, and the sunflowers I can't go.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me boundaries, but it doesn't communicate the apples. And so we need to like say the apples are falling in this zone.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've
The thing is, so you have to coordinate to get the apples. You have to be both in the right square and bending the neck in the right way. And so actually, if there's fewer squares, I actually don't think that's a problem. It just becomes a coordination issue.
Yeah.
And also, the apples are falling so fast that you can't get all of them anyway.
Yeah.
So at some point, you're going to have to just like try to get as many as you can. And so having it just be like 4 squares or 9 squares or whatever, in some sort of thing might be enough.
And this world
for
will
the
feel
movement.
better if
Yeah.
we get more apples.
It
Right
will,
now, this
yeah.
game is mostly about failure. Like we're failing to get a lot of apples, and you want
Maybe we're just bad and you guys have practiced more. But for naive guests, they're not going to be any better than we are, probably. Like maybe
Yeah.
a little bit better, but not amazingly better, right?
Yeah, so I think a reduced grid. I would zoom in, like get the grid size to be bigger, and it's like a 3x3 or a 4x4. But now, and like, I think actually the fact that the apples are hard to judge the height helps that difficulty a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's less about precision and moving, and it's more about like sequencing, and that's the coordination that you want.
Yeah.
I'm mixed on the DDR pads as the right input device. I think it's the precision that it has doesn't work with the experience. I think the big physicality works. I think it's a nice fit, but right now, I'm if I had a giant joystick for the head and the person had just a controller.
Well, if it's a 4x4 grid, I just want them to have to stand in the place where the giraffe is. You know what I mean? Like stand literally in the square.
If it's a 3x3.
Or if it's a 3x3 where they're just like here or here or here or here.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That would solve the precision issue because now I instantaneously, basically I move, if I'm here and I want to go to the top right, I just do that. And so it's no longer about movement, it's about absolute position.
And if this doesn't have a button, the default is just that you're in the middle. Does that make sense? And then you're here, and then you're here. And then you're in one of the squares. And then if you have a big joystick for the other one that's literally bending the head, like this is moving the feet, this is moving the head, right? I think it'll make sense. Does that make sense, right?
Yeah. But I think I'd see that zooming in, that restriction, it might make the DDR pad just work more intuitively.
Yeah.
And then the DDR pad being the other control would be fine for jury.
It'll be fine. You
But
don't have to get another control.
If you could have a plan to make a big giraffe
You can also
head,
just get something adaptive and something to plug into it. It's just a big joystick, and that would be fine too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like even
especially if you can decorate it like a giraffe head.
like even if it's a small giraffe on a joystick, like the just the physicality of like a joystick and the bending would be a nice fit, and it would actually shift the asymmetry in a better way, which is one person is like jumping to locations, the other person is controlling the head.
Yeah.
And I think you could tell that story better with the actual physical stuff too.
Right.
But yeah, like I think with that, and then there's room for tuning, but so much of the polish is right.
It's really good. Yeah. So if you just make it a little bit more focused and then makes the controls a little bit better, I think it'll be great.
Yeah.
And again, you don't have to do all of that by jury. I think just have a plan for what you're going to do that you can communicate to jury with what you've already got, right?
Yeah. No. Yeah, like I think the simplicity of this is working really in your favor.
Yeah.
It's like it's really good scope.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like I said, I just like the characters. I like that little animation. It's really good.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
Right.
Sounds great.
Good work.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Come over to
Hey,
gingerbread.
can I just chat with you 1 second? When
Yes.
when do you want
All right.
kids?
That should be the one with the round head, the green round head one. And then, Esther, do you want to play?
Actually, yes.
This is the green one with the hat.
Oh, green team.
Alright. Yeah, let's wait for
Scheduling stuff.
We were like trying to wave it around so the tracker doesn't disconnect.
Well, I mean, you got some high-tech tape here.
Literally.
The other one has curly hair.
There's a little part of my brain which really wants to hit things now. That's true. Like, it's like I know I shouldn't, but you've given me like this. The balance of this is very much like Smash.
I also don't feel great about if you were to do that, the tracker staying on the candy cane for very long.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I still really like the procedural animation on the Gingerbread Man. Just feeling you like you sneak around a little bit, and then we're gonna like get into a run.
Jonathan,
Yeah.
you want to be on red team?
Alright.
Yeah, sure.
One more.
No, you're going to.
Where am I going? I'm taking yours.
I'm going to pray.
Okay.
I got green over here.
Okay, here we go.
Alright, how do we start?
Wait, hold on, wait. Everyone should like know who
Wait, are
you
you on
are.
this team?
Yeah. Anyone?
We need somebody else to play a gingerbread person.
No, I think you need to talk.
Because it's gonna be chaotic.
Come on. Wait, that's on. Let's do it.
Jonathan.
Okay, cool.
Oh, the one with the bow. Okay. That's good.
Everyone know who they are?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. Team Red forever.
Green team wins.
Time for brave gingerbread man successfully escaped from the oven.
That's right.
However, they still couldn't escape the fox's relentless pursuit. But, surprise, the fox, with dreams of a fancy house, offered them a deal. He split them into 2 teams and said,
if you can jazz up a fancy gingerbread house that wows me, you're off the hook. Mess it up, though.
Wow. This got real good.
Extreme stakes here.
now, use the decorations to create a masterpiece to secure your freedom and avoid
Sounds like a
becoming
metaphor.
fox snacks.
Yeah. Work hard.
Hit the workers against themselves.
Oh, wait.
Oh my god, wait.
I assume we're the house on the right. I'm gonna steal your stuff. Where am I? Okay, there I am. Come here.
Oh my god.
Get the hat.
Oh, wait, we got
No.
Oh, wait, how did you get the hat? Oh, I have the hat now. Come on, over here. Turn upside down. Can I not steal your stuff anymore? Feels like the ceiling isn't working. Where am I? Where's the present? No, give it back. Can I steal your stuff?
Oh man!
Now we can. I can't even get far enough over there.
How do you steal?
Oh, wait. Get over. Okay. I can't tell even when I have things.
Hey. Easy.
We won by a
money.
lot. Yeah, control.
Yeah.
I feel like control is weird. I don't know if it's just swapping around. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. If you'll need help with the audio,
I like that.
editing at the beginning video, talk to me later.
Wait, what? Sorry.
If you need help with the audio at the beginning of the video, cutting,
Oh.
like doing your starting cutscene.
All right, we're talking about this.
Yep.
One, the candy canes are great.
Yes.
I really like how sort of like I can like creating an affordance that encourages a way to interact, and it themes it up. Like basically, this is like super high appeal.
Yep.
The beginning, just like the characters running around and getting a chance to become familiar with it, super great too. Like the moving the characters around for the most part is really good.
Yeah.
They feel good, and the fact that the world is mostly about that is super strong. 2v2 is great too.
Yep.
Like this is a really good fit for
It's
festival.
harder to figure out who you are sometimes in 2v2 because there's not as much clarity. But that's probably the cost.
I mean, right now, I think the biggest struggle is we're kind of zoomed out. And so the feedback of I have something and what I can do is like, it's a little hard to get. And there's times where I was mostly just playing on trust. It's like, I'm going to like pass through a decoration and then go to the house and I'm pretty sure it's going to work. And when we got to the stealing, don't know if stealing worked. I know my team won. And I know there's moments of like feedback like, hey, it worked, but I don't have a good sense of how stealing works.
Partially because you were sometimes in the house when you were stealing something, and so you don't pick it up the same way you do the other items. That made it a little bit tough. I don't know if I want collision in the house or something, but something that makes it clear what's happening when you're near the house, I guess.
Yeah, I just want like a clear rule. Like, is it just you just go into the house and then I hear like an effect or I see an effect like you got something, and then when my character comes out, like they're clearly holding something.
Yeah.
Like I just need. I
The
don't
other
need,
thing you could do is add an icon down here that shows whether you're holding something. Like, it has a star next to your head. That means you're holding a star. It has a snowman next to you. That means you're holding something. Because it was hard to know sometimes because of the zooming out. You could also, like Dave says, zoom it in and put things a little bit closer together, so that way you could have a slightly bigger view of what's going on.
Yeah, like I don't necessarily need to see the whole house. If I get half a house on each side a little bit, and like that's so we see more of the play space in the middle. That perspective might give you a bit more clarity.
And you could also tell the timing of the drops felt a little bit off just watching us play. Like sometimes we were just like standing in the middle waiting for the next drop. So that's something you can tweak during playtesting just to figure out the timing of that kind of stuff. Because we cleared out. I mean, part of it is what we knew what we were supposed to do because we'd seen it before, right? But we cleared it out pretty quickly.
Oh, it really feels like there's some strategy here which is like zipping fast.
Yeah.
And I would. This isn't like jury stuff, but I wonder for festival stuff. Like, can you do some like you have like the animation is so good, like and like the character feels really good. Like, I could see something where if you move too fast, you drop stuff. But it'd be hard to communicate that. But I could sort of like there's enough polish here that I could imagine.
Oh, you were just going like this the whole time?
Yeah. I mean,
no wonder you got 44.
I mean, the fox is going to eat us. I don't know why you were like, this is the time to relax.
Maybe it's my time to go. Who am I to deny the fox?
I love the escalation of stealing. When it got down, the timer got down to 0, I was like, like it needs something more. And then there was something more. And so like the idea of like now stealing from the house, I wanted stealing to work better. But just from a structure perspective, it was a really good extra little thing because there was naturally like pitting us against each other.
Is there an easy way to tell what your score is during play?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't even see it. Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Because if it was like a giant number 30 that was like right up here, it'd be easier to.
Well, and
tell.
I think I'd want the score on the house.
On the house, yeah.
My for this world, adding some feedback into the space, I think could be helpful. And so if you could find a way to like, when I look at the house, like this house, because especially the idea of stealing, like I can see that number went down because I stole something. Like that kind of feedback would work really well. The snowmen were interesting. They were different. So here's my interpretation of the snowmen. It looked like the red team needed 2 people to pick it up, But once they did that, I could run over and steal the snowman by myself and score it all alone. And that felt weird. And I don't know if that's how it worked or not, but I noticed it was different, but I couldn't really understand how it worked.
Mm-hmm.
How does it work?
It was supposed to be like you need two people to pick it up and move it together. But with the tracker, because how much the tracker moves is a little bit, we haven't tweaked it that much that it feels like natural. But it's supposed to be like only two people can move it to the house. And
Yeah.
once it's on the house, it can't move.
I think it's a great idea. I think in practice, two people working together isn't going to work. What I would do, I feel like,
even though I think you suggested that last.
I know I did. I think it's a great idea, but I don't think I like playing it.
We're just too independent. It's hard to coordinate.
We're too independent.
Yeah.
And especially like if you think about the trade-offs here, spending your two characters on one thing now is really high cost.
Slow. Yeah.
But the snowman, so you can steal the snowman from in the chaos mode. So that's the bonus.
Yeah, and I guess what I would think about is you could do something where things are bigger things. You have to move slower to hold on to them.
Mm-hmm.
So you could. I guess my feeling here was the speed I'm moving at,
mm-hmm.
and sort of being like steady about it might be a better dimension to vary objects around. Not in a big way, but sort of like disincentivizing like just quick gestures. It'd be hard to communicate that, but the idea of like this, I guess in my head, this having to move slowly with a snowman makes sense because when you have heavy things, you move slower.
Mm-hmm.
You could also just, I don't know, I think you're in a place where the game feel and like the balance of those objects is where you're at. This is not something to worry about for jury.
No,
but
it's already really good.
Yeah,
that's the short version, and everything we're saying is just tweaking it.
Yeah,
to
so
make
like,
it
you're
better,
now in a place
right?
where you're looking for that extra little bit of depth, and like I'm looking for objects having some different meaning to them, and like this object having more bonus, and like the stealing making more sense. But overall,
yeah, it's really super good. Just finish it.
Well, yeah, and then polish it towards festival. And yeah, I like the control stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on really well here.
Yep.
Do you think it's a good idea that we have two monitors? Like we make it like bigger. Because right now the space very limited, like in the physical.
So, a question would be, if you have two screens, you could sort of like separate the groups a little bit and be like, we're in our play space and we're sort of calibrated to our view, and you're in your play space and you're calibrated to your view, and we're not in danger now of clashing with our
Well, you
sticks.
saw that I moved to the front.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to like have to reach my stick in front of Dave's stick.
That would be
that was not a good strategy. It didn't work. But
yeah, that would be the reason why I would do that. You could probably achieve that other ways. I don't know. I really don't know like if that would make the experience better or worse. I don't think it would change it too much. It would depend on like the camera view and like how you made it work. And then the stealing gets weird, right? Because stealing, I need to go between both. So your world is kind of like we're just the beginning. We focus on just the left half or the right half, but then the last part we focus on the whole. And if you split the screens, that might clash. It might not work as well.
You also suggested stealing, Dave. So these are all your problems.
I think stealing is good. I'm in favor of all my ideas. Just some of them aren't working. No. Anyway, this is in really good shape.
We can also tweak it more once we know exactly what space you're going to be in for festival. Assuming you get past jury, but then we'll have a much better sense of how to tailor the space to what you have. I mean, one way you could even angle them and have the two teams like putting it you know what I mean, like slightly different ways. Like if I'm looking at this screen, but they're looking at that screen, there might be ways to do it too. But we can just see what the space looks like.
Yeah, my hunch is one big screen. Will be fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then you might I can see doing stuff where you actually have tape on the floor to like show where you should stand, like just to control expectations a little more. But overall, really good work. All right, we are
way behind.
egg chair.
Take your microphone and adjust it. No, you're fine.
All right,
Yeah.
we are over here.
Which one are we doing?
We're team 29.
I know what I'm not doing. Yeah. You're gonna type and I'm gonna get tortured. Okay.
This time we'll have a girlfriend's profile.
Oh hey.
Okay. So, how do you rate them? Are you on the chair? There will be some bands.
Yeah, John's on the chair. Yep. I'm gonna leave my phone and my keys here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's kind of weird because your dating mate is called John.
Yeah, I know why you said this today. I'm just dating myself. That's the kind of narcissist that I am.
Oh, sorry. We're just running some tests.
It's okay. I'm not. I won't get in it until you tell me to.
Please don't. Okay, cool. We are ready to go.
Do we need a second?
Yeah,
Yep.
we did it.
Yeah. So this one will be.
I will try the eye tracker.
You want to?
We also need somebody not on the team to play, just so we can try with random.
Yep.
Oh, you're right. You're not on this team. We already played your world. Sorry. Okay. You ready?
You want to? Okay.
Time to die.
So sorry.
Okay. So cameraman, you're on backup. Stop this thing and turn to the side.
Oh. Yeah. Awesome.
Just move away.
And then retighten it. Okay.
Not seeing it.
Oh yeah, this one. Thanks. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I just tightened it. I don't know if you...
I don't know.
I'm not like super strapped back, but I'm fairly strapped. Oh, there's some blanks here. That's fun. Is that where I improvise?
Got my eyes.
Maybe try the Italian style quinoa. Can you spell quinoa, Dave? I wouldn't trust myself to spell quinoa on the first try.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Quince, quail. Other Q food words are there? You can't spell quinoa, can you? I think it's Quinoa. Yeah. South American words, right?
Oh yeah.
So.
I shouldn't look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, some tough ones there. You got to remember that pneumonia starts with a P.
Yeah. I'll try my best. Also,
I mean, you're about to find out, I guess.
All right, we're good.
Nice. Whoa. Is this correct?
Yeah, that's good.
So, we got 4 difficulty levels.
Okay.
One is easy.
Yeah.
Another is normal.
Okay.
The third one is hard.
And then super hard?
And then you have to decide which.
Okay. Okay.
Which one you want?
Why see how confident are you feeling?
Let's do the
What if we do 3?
3, let's do 3.
Okay, that's good. Okay, good to go.
Okay. I've been excellent. Oh. Can you go back? Oh well, here we go. That's not moving. Alright. Uh-oh, no shaking for your Y. You just put the Y in.
Name, right? You gotta stop thinking about yourself. Think about your partner, YC. Okay.
Jonathan, I'm in your room.
Apparently the driver room is temporary.
Oh, okay. Please focus. Please focus. Okay, stay focused.
Excellent. There you go. How about you? I miss you too. Yeah. Oh, I just get bounced. Okay, cool. How I'm just sitting here. Take it slow. I would like to try the roast dinosaur.
Right. Nice.
Okay. Eye contact. Eye contact.
I did have a better face.
Maybe try the Italian style. I'm gonna try quails.
Quails?
That's the right number of letters.
Right.
Go ahead.
No!
I don't know what you're supposed to do there, but okay. I'm unsettled. Well, sadly, I got pneumonia last week.
I'll try to do my best. Did even.
Holy shit.
Wait, I'm a terrible person, apparently. You remember the movie we saw last week? Oh, you mean the movie that's called Incomprehensibilities?
Do that again.
It's just incomprehensible, but incomprehensibilities.
Okay. Oh, that makes it much easier.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll fit in this box. Abilities.
No.
Oh! Nice. Good job.
So good at this,
thanks, bro. That helps a lot. Yeah. Okay. There are some hearts floating around in my eyes.
Hearts?
Nice. Okay. Oh man. Brown?
Brown?
Give it a shot. No. I guess those are just impossible. Make sure you get shook around something. You know, I've got something to tell you.
Nice.
I hope these are for sure. I love you, man. I love you, YC.
First time hearing that.
Oh no. It says it's a unsatisfactory. It's not grammatically true, but go give it a try. Unsatisfactory. Yeah.
Nice.
It's because I have pneumonia and I can't hold it to myself. Do it twice. Yeah. Oh no. It's because you're supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I guess I just get bounced a bunch.
Yeah.
Alright, okay. Am I safe to come out?
Yeah.
Okay. How was chair? Good. How was staring at the screen?
I definitely felt like the third wheel.
Yeah.
I could ruin things, but I couldn't help things.
Yeah.
And that I think I would either cut the role or I would integrate it more meaningfully.
Yeah.
There's no, the world, it doesn't feel like you've iterated this part too much. It feels like this is a complete experience, but this part just doesn't have too much meaning.
Mhm.
My first reaction is the whole question of what should be said. I could see something where the person with the eyes like has like 4 options, or like I'm the person who gives the key to what's the right thing to say.
Mhm.
And so I have to look away from the face and read things and then look back. And so I have to gather information, and then the information can be used.
Right, like you have, but then I don't have anything to do except sit in a chair.
Well, but I guess you could be, instead like there's a puzzle here,
Yeah.
which is like, I think you're like, I need to say this.
Yeah.
And then I have like the missing piece to like your answer.
Right.
And I've got to like pick up the clues from the environment. It's like, what's her, like, I love the fact that you are this. And it's like, which one is the real thing or something like that. But I think you could be something clever where there's like 4 things around her and I have to look at them and balance like not looking too long and sort of play that attention game. That would I think would integrate everything much better.
Could you also just combine these 2 together and have somebody trying to type while also holding the gaze, or is that going to be too complicated? It means you can't look at the keyboard, right? Which makes typing a lot more difficult.
And I guess it didn't feel like that escalation for keyboard was necessary, but I could see like just making the keyboard that much more cognitive load.
Yeah.
If you get to, 3 guess is something that's better than 2 guess in terms of throughput. And so like triple coordination does have a certain appeal to it.
Yeah. You could also have this person choosing the words from word lists that pop up without having the eye tracker, right? So like, and then this person has to type them, so they're making it harder for these 2 to get together or something.
Yeah. But I think bottom line is if you want the third guest, the idea of eye gaze is definitely compelling.
But it's not enough by itself.
But
to be a
yeah,
full
just
role.
holding the gaze, I definitely felt like I was a little bit of a joke.
But again, if you're the third wheel and you're intentionally making it harder for them, that would make sense, right?
Yeah.
If you're like there at the date and you're sitting at the table next door and you're like, shit, I'm gonna make them type pneumonia.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think that's the question. Is this like 3 people working together to succeed on this date, or is it 2 people against 1 person? But that relationship just.
Oh, that's true. You could also be like texting your friend at the date, right, to tell them what to say or something, right? That could be funny too.
But anyway, the foundation of this is super great.
Yeah.
I think the stuff. I like the way you built out sort of like the dating sim. The aesthetic choices are really good.
I feel like the words could be consistently difficult as a way to like try to challenge the person for spelling, because like this didn't feel that difficult. But I don't know. I mean, we'll see, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. How did you feel, YC? I'm just saying, incomprehensibilities was really tough. Supercalifragilistic, obviously tough. Some of the other ones, do you always lose on these? Because they're up in here.
Yeah, you have to kind of like look.
Oh, I didn't know there were clues at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I feel like that could be where if you did the triple, like third person, this information, like the person with the eyes gathering.
Because like this part, right? It starts with a Q. Is the Q supposed to be like question?
Supposed to be quinoa.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but it's not.
I don't remember it, but it starts with a Q.
Oh, okay.
And it's all like pastas or like.
But quinoa's different. It's a grain. Whatever. Okay, cool. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. There's iteration on like the separation of information and the roles, but I think that the whole idea of this is coming together like surprisingly well. Like the idea that we're on a date and like you're sort of getting tossed around and like there's this challenge. Like you could feel it like when a word that sounded hard came out. Like the crowd reacted.
Yeah.
Right.
I think so. One idea would be you're trying to impress this person on the date, right? By saying words that are more interesting than the words that you normally know. Like,
Yeah,
you're trying to
I like
act
that.
sophisticated, right? And you give the person in a chair like a tablet or something. Maybe, I don't know. Can we destroy a tablet if we drop it? I don't know. But like a tablet, so this person can like text them big words to say or something. I don't know. There's got to be some way to make it work, right?
Yeah, and I think that's the iteration, is that the connection between all three, like sort of refining it. But fundamentally, like, I think this going to jury, like, this makes sense. I think the spectacle of the chair and the person in that is totally working.
Yep. The really difficult words, you're starting to
Yeah.
get close to ones that are really hard. So
yeah,
that's
the
good.
theming, all that
Yeah.
stuff. The eye tracker is a problem to be solved.
Yeah.
And it's as it stands right now, I'm not too sure. I might just go 2 guests for jury. But if you do want the eye tracker, might try to find some way to make it more meaningful. Right now, it raises more questions than it answers. It's like, what am I doing here? I love the idea of eye contact. Like, it thematically makes a lot of sense, but there's no reason to look away. And so it feels incomplete. But
everything else has been iterated and looks better than it did before and plays better than it did before. So that's good.
No, like, it's really different, and it's weird, but it makes sense. And it's the kind of spectacle where people would be like, I want to try that.
Or I mean, it'll even be fun to watch. That's the good thing, right?
This-
Is
this-
you can have a
this-
crowd of people watching somebody in the dunk chair, and it'll be fine.
And
right?
that's probably like the central place to iterate this. Is it's all about sort of like the experience of people watching it. And so the parts where, as an audience member, I understand what's happening and why what's about to happen is exciting are the best parts.
It's still a little bit confusing, like, who am I? Who are
Yeah.
these other people and stuff, right? But that can be iterated too. So
Yeah,
or
that-
explained to the
like-
guests as they come in or whatever.
Is everyone seeing the same screen?
Yes. Yeah.
The fact that we're all seeing the same screen,
Mm-hmm.
well, I guess I'm seeing the eye contact interface.
Well, because we're all the same person.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
thing, right?
I guess it's.
It feels like we should be multiple people on the date because the way that we read the script, but it's not what's actually happening.
Well, no, and I guess, I think the idea that someone is the mouth, the eyes, and the brain, is not yet being told through the screens, and I'd wonder. I think that's the other point of clarity, like, because you got a piece of paper, but it's not clear like why there's a piece of paper,
right?
And that would be the thing. Not necessarily for jury I'd iterate, but that's where I'd be wondering, like,
You could also record voice lines for the girlfriend, which would help, I think, recognizing that she's somebody else and we're all one person, right? Once you get the script totally nailed down, might help. Yeah.
But it's really, really original. And
No, it's good.
A really clever use of the chair. And
It makes me wonder if we'll see future uses of the chair in this way, actually.
Yes.
If you'll start a trend of torture chair. Yeah. Okay.
Cool. All right. Good work.
Yep.
Please follow me for your retrospective. We're relocating you, so y'all have
Okay.
We just
Yeah,
we
no,
just
that's
got back
good.
on schedule.
Did we?
It's
story VW crossover round.
You had time travel videos?
It was time travel, right?
It's supposed to be 是需要在这个 level 的。
不用，其实是方面放。对啊，这种大面是这样的。
感觉很危险，一不小心就会。
Set it over there. You guys got it. Right.
Oh, it's final with
I hope that's not all you mentioned.
No, it's
Audio?
Audio, yeah.
Alright. You're already scaring me with the visual fidelity I saw that you guys were.
Can we have like one more? Yeah, we need one. Still need one more. All right, it's about ready?
Yeah, ready.
All right, let's get started. One minute. So what hasn't what has been your server
Stuff is already on here. Like, however, where for future reference when we set this up for a journey, where like is where does that live on your? I don't know anything about how you're connecting.
Actually, it's like it's like a very small program, so I didn't actually update it.
Sorry, just try to submit it later. Just
Okay.
partially for like
To hold it?
Like if someone's trying to get this game running,
Like
the
without
distant
extra
future.
stars.
Just if there's something like that that's
Alright.
necessary to get this to work.
Yeah.
Make sure
Ready?
that it's up to date somewhere.
It
on
also
here.
might depend on my database, like, so you kind of need to contact me if you want to do it.
Well, in that case, maybe don't worry about it. But
Alright,
you'll be the one.
I guess I
discussing
can-
new deterrent, you'll be the one who's responsible for
okay.
making sure that it works, so it's not a huge deal.
Okay.
It's on here, right?
It's just gonna have to take this off probably.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna use SendGuest here, but like,
Ah!
it's not here. There's nothing
No,
else
we're
we
good.
can do before setup.
There.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh wait. Good? Alright.
Try again. How do we reset? Somebody has to hit.
It's already started.
It's already start. You just grab the start.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I gotta get down below you. Wait. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you're on another wall. Keep going.
No,
Game over.
Alright, our score is 30.
Okay, we can be better than that. Okay, let me get in position first before you
Okay.
start doing anything crazy. How do I tell which? Okay. Does it automatically go the right way?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get score.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Let me get over there. No, I'm blowing you down. I'm just trying to make you die. I'll just carry you up myself.
Ah!
No.
Okay, 190. You can do better than that. Okay.
Oh! The launching, the first
The
move
launching
here.
is important, yeah.
Ah.
Sorry, I gotta get angled the right way too. If you start drifting.
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently even laughing into it is no good. And then it stops. I don't know, I feel like I don't have a lot of control over when it blows. Try one more time. You let go at the wrong time. Let's switch.
Alright, let's switch. Alright.
Okay, I have to grab onto something to start? No.
The pressure sensor.
I just pressed these,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try again. Go.
Grab it.
Oh no!
Grab it.
I just tried. Okay, try one more time. You gotta beat 190, huh? Okay, I'm gonna wait till I'm a little bit. No, that's too close.
Oh,
No!
yeah.
Sorry. The timing of the release is important.
Yeah.
Okay, take it. Keep this hand. Ready? No, too close.
It's okay if you grab with both your hands.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you can just grab.
How do I grab with the other hand?
You just press.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
have to wait till I'm up against something. Ready? Go!
Yeah, and really.
Now you gotta get under me. I'm stuck on a ladder. Okay, okay.
Release one hand.
No, I'm waiting. Wait a second. They just gotta get in position. Ready?
Oh, yeah.
I got it. Save. Okay, here we go. Launch. No!
Launch.
Okay, ready? Launch. We up to 190 again. Okay. Oh! We had it. Okay, you want to stop?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Man, the actual physical blowing.
Yeah.
Like it's working.
It's a little finicky.
It's different.
Yeah.
But I mean, we played it multiple times. I felt like we could get better at it.
Yeah. It's gonna take
would make more sense.
Probably.
Like I think the idea of controlling two hands, the paper grip and the touch thing, it's not adding anything to the experience.
Yeah.
Like blowing into this thing makes sense. Like I like that feedback and I get that.
Yeah.
And it would be a very different experience if you took away the blowing.
Yeah.
But the hand interface, it's really much more a challenge of like timing and coordination than it is about an interface.
Yeah.
So I think buttons would just give good feedback, because the thing I had a reaction to is the world is really busy now, and it's hard to tell, like that the plunger gets lost in some of the visuals, and the hand, it's basically hard to tell when grabbing will work.
The plunger feels like it should stick to anything where the hand has to have something to grab onto, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that's not actually how it works, right? They both have to grab onto a physical object, right? But because plungers are suction, you can stick them to walls. You know what I mean, right? And so my brain wants them to act differently, but they don't, right?
Yeah, I lost, like the interface got more complicated.
Yeah.
The visuals got sort of like a little bit more realistic and less abstract.
Yeah.
And because of that, like this object here, it's hard to tell what the grip zone is for it.
Yeah.
And
Some of it I think is the shadows too,
Yeah.
right? Because like the shadows look nice and make it look more realistic, but it's easier to get lost in what exactly is happening because of the shadows. It makes me wonder if the lighting could be in a slightly different place where the shadows weren't so exaggerated. Does that make sense?
I
But-
think we would have been better at this if we just had like. I'm not saying you should make just boxes, but if the zone for the hand had a much clearer feedback of like, okay, it's over, and I understand that. I think we would have been better because I'm feeling there was just a bunch of missed grabs because visually it's hard to tell like what the right grab point is.
Maybe. I also feel like I was just frantically trying to grab the wall as soon as I.
You would,
Yeah.
And I think it's a tension between like did I tap the pad? Am I tapping the pad? And a button, cookie button.
The problem is this doesn't give you any feedback whether you've done it a little bit, right? Like you can hear the sound, but like it'd be nice to know whether you had pressed it down, and that's why he was saying the clicky button. At least you know when it's working and when you just haven't hit it hard enough. Does that make sense, right? I also wonder, like, what's inside of this right now? A sound sensor, yeah. Because I was thinking just blowing into a microphone might be the best way you got, and that's basically what you did, right? Okay. Yeah. But it also means you can talk into it like this, right?
You can scream.
You can scream. Yeah, which is cool. But it was also picking. I could tell it was picking up not just blowing, but other things too, right?
The nice thing is that the blowing happening at extra times isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No.
Like
extra blowing is fine.
The gripping stuff, like having noise in that, is bad.
Yeah.
But this
feels like it can be not quite exact, and that's fine. That's part of the challenge of the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually designed a lot of interesting levels after that. And do you want us to show a little bit?
Are you saying like there's a different level, or there's like if you get past 190, there's more interesting stuff up top?
Yeah, there's more interesting stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because one way to do it would be if you have like actually different levels, you could have them try to get their best score in 3 levels and then add it together, and that's their total score. Does that make sense, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'd be up for if the team wants to demo.
Yeah.
To see it. I would.
You want to see how pros play this game?
How bad we are at this.
Well, we did okay the first time, and then they probably ramped up the difficulty. Right?
Yeah,
it's really our fault because they have like actual strategy.
Yeah, like the shadow here for this railing makes it look like you can.
Oh,
grab
I see.
The shadow.
So the real strategy is to get yourself blown up to another place where you can grab and then alternate hands, right? So you make it look so easy. So we were not doing that strategy at all.
But they haven't.
I think we were biased by the last version of the game where you just
haven't reached our score yet.
You blew me
there's
to
a good chance that our score will still stand.
You blew me to the top. Remember last time, and then we just like it was like 1,050 or something.
Oh, it's a bomb.
Oh, is that even? Oh, it's on. That's weird that counts as a hold. Wow, that's a long box on that green thing.
I would say I'm a little weirded out by the character and the tongue. My brain's like, what is this world? Like he's got a giant hand that's like a sticky hand. That's not. There's no gripping happening, and then a plunger for the other one, and then his mouth is just frozen open with a tongue hanging out.
Also, plungers don't work that way. You can't stick the other end of the plunger into a box. So they want us to be careful climbers instead of madcap climbers. I see. To me, it feels like this is too easy in the sense that like you don't have to make any risks and jump for the next hold, right?
I mean, you say that, and we were definitely struggling.
Yeah. No, I know. Like clearly you can risk, but it seems way better just to slowly climb up, right?
Yeah. And I like the idea of the bombs, and like I think putting that pressure on, we got to move, and I think that's the right. I think it's the right level design idea here.
Yeah.
Which is
make it
first
frantic.
beginning, like you got up here and you're like slow and steady. Now, like that's not going to work. You got to like do like.
And then the rocket explodes, right? No, only Elon Musk's rockets explode.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean the asymmetry of this, the cooperation aspect, is still super good.
Yeah, yeah.
The fact that it's really focused on just like climbing up, and you've got this whole idea of level design is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I would work. I mean, like your visual style is kind of weird. That's fine, but I think the shadows are making it hard to read. Yeah. Like they are drawing your eye, and so you want the grab points to stand out more.
Yeah.
So I would work with the lighting.
If the lighting is more on from the camera perspective, you'll get some shadow, but it won't be as much, right?
Yeah.
It'll be behind the characters on the wall, instead of more from this angle, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I think for jury, I think I'd mostly look at just the visuals to add that clarity. I think the interface stuff is fine. The cardboard stuff is a little very prototypey. But like this, I think this stuff is working really well. I think there's room to talk about like the buttons. The music, basically your interest curve here is like, I think the level design is getting you to a good place, but the other reinforcement of that is a little bit lacking. So like the music seems to be pretty constant.
And also it's pretty long. You have to do kind of a fair number of grabs before it gets to the more interesting level. So you might think about even squeezing it a little bit so that you climb, and then bombs, right? As opposed to like climb, bombs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think the question of an ending is a thing to think about.
Yeah.
Because
Can you max it out and then you get a prize and then that's done or whatever?
Yeah. I think this wants to end.
Yeah.
This shouldn't be an infinite thing. And I think about how long.
Mostly because you don't want somebody sitting here for 20 minutes trying to set the high score while everybody else is waiting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right?
And doing this quickly. I mean, actually, like the tension of doing it slow and methodically is fine, but the interesting stuff happens when we're rushing.
Yeah, maybe there's a time limit, and then you max out how high. And so the question is, how high can you get in the time limit?
What I really want is
I
want 2 of these, and I want it to be racing.
Oh, you want to race? Yeah.
Have you seen like speed bouldering, speed climbing?
Yeah.
Like that's what this looks like.
Yeah.
And I kind of
But then you need
want
2
that.
teams of 2 going head to head.
2 teams of 2.
So that's what you do for festival, but not for jury. Festival, you can be like, we're gonna make it 4-player. But yeah, because then that's fun. Then you can race your friend and you can beat them, and then it doesn't matter what the high score is. You're just trying to beat the people next to you, right?
Yeah.
Or beat them to the top.
Multiplayer is out of scope for jury, but I would think about it. You could definitely, and you wouldn't have to do network it. You could do just 2 screens on the same machine, and then if you move to buttons, and you just have to have 2 of these, it might, I don't know, it might be in range for what you're talking about. It would certainly increase throughput, and it would give you a clear way to do endings. And yeah, but
again, you don't have to do that though.
Yeah.
That's just bonus suggestion, right? If all of you are in 4 worlds and you don't have time to do it, like don't worry about it, right? Yeah.
But yeah, like the simplicity of this, the novelty of the interface stuff is really good. And yeah, I mean, actually, like thinking about this is
well. And if we play the game the right way, the touch controls bother me less. I don't know. How do you feel like they should still be buttons?
So I guess I don't think the touch controls, as they stand, are adding to the world too much.
Right.
I think the idea of a grip is interesting.
Yeah.
But I think if I really wanted that, I'd actually have to grip it.
Right.
Because right now,
they talked about it, and they talked to Zach about putting a like infrared sensor inside a actual climbing grip that would then you'd like block it, and then it would grip, right?
Yeah.
So I think you could iterate on that control if you wanted to.
Like things I could. Yeah, I think that's the like other things like there's grippers for exercise for like climbing. Just using those and then having a sensor to check when it's closed.
Yeah.
And so if you're doing this, what you want to think about is 2 things: is feedback to the guest that it's working. Yeah. So like I pushed the button and it worked, and the other one is having them do a physical action that reinforces the fantasy in the world. Yeah. And right now, I can play this with tapping my fingers. And tapping my fingers isn't what this world's about. This world's about grabbing. And it's also a little bit, given that, it's a little bit weird I have a plunger and a hand that doesn't grab. So I think that feels
like you want a plunger in the other.
And I guess that's why button pressing makes more sense to me, because the way this world works is actually just on off. It's like, and sometimes like it makes these sort of feel like magnets, like activating magnets. as opposed to hands grabbing things. And that's why the interface of a grab doesn't excite me as much. But I think if you could make it work, I think you could connect it and it would be really interesting.
But if you get into festival, we can talk about all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything you have to do for jury. Yeah, don't do it for jury.
Yeah. No, this is in good shape.
Yeah.
So cool.
Thanks, team. Yep.
All right, this team, please follow me for your retrospective.
Now we're motion share 2. Okay.
Actually, you're Dark Souls.
Oh, Dark Souls. Okay. Is this Dark Souls now?
Yeah.
I missed the memo. Now we have to reincarnate and find our stuff? Okay. Which one do you want to be, Dave?
I'll just grab here.
Okay. You are the ghost leader.
Do we see how to play?
Yeah. Does that mean I'm Guizong?
Got this piece of paper.
Oh, I need this piece of paper.
I move.
Big monster, red monster, ghost monster, main character. Okay.
Shall we do this?
I guess so.
You ready?
Okay. This is confusing. It makes me feel like I should do this before we start. But okay, let's do it.
Let it. I want story mode now too.
Story mode.
Normal mode.
Okay, let's do it.
Collecting 3 memories we shared so I can be reincarnated. All right. Nice. Is there audio? I think I just heard here.
It's just too quiet.
Just too quiet.
Okay. This is the girl's memory.
Whoa. Oh, dodge.
The monster, okay. What's this? Oh, that's from the memory.
I think I got something by destroying it.
Is that what you think?
Was it a trap?
Oh, I see.
Ah! Wait a second here. Got something. Ah, oh my god, what is that?
Oh my god.
Activate. It's not even letting me do it.
Alright, the giant baby thing's down. Oh.
My strategy was foiled.
Alright, I think I got the stuff I need. His hands. Yay! Alright, what were you doing?
It felt much more interactive now, even though you won. So I really like it. It was a little bit confusing. I didn't do any of the wall movement because I couldn't. It's a lot of stuff to keep in your head the first time you're playing through it, right? That you're moving monsters around. The summon now and activate trap buttons are easy because it's set on the screen, and so when Dave was close to them, I just hit them basically, right? And then I was trying to maneuver so I would get multiple monsters in a trap at the same time, which I almost did at that one room, but then when the monster was on top of the activate trap button, I couldn't activate the trap. So that's one thing to think about in terms of overlapping, because that's clearly my strategy, is to try to get multiple
things happening at once, so that Dave can't stop all of them from happening, right? But when there's overlapping like that, it's hard for me to activate all of them together, right? So that might be one place to iterate. Obviously, if I had remembered to control the walls, I think it would have been really important, because I could have trapped them more and made them go in particular places. But it's a lot to try to do all of these things all at once. I feel like maybe if I don't know. It just depends. Do you want to try it and we'll see how it works? So.
All right.
You ready?
Bride monster, ghost monster, main character.
You might want to be able to skip this too if other people have watched it and don't want to watch the,
we'll make
the
a switch,
sequence again.
skip button.
Yeah, yeah. Do they feel like memories when you collect them, or they just feel like orbs?
I would say like the story didn't. I was not really feeling it in the world.
Very fun. Where am I going? Oh. Do I have that? Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, is this one of the things? Oh, it is. So, man. Am I supposed to look at this map to figure out where I'm supposed to go? Is that the one? Oops. There's a real focus wall. I feel like I need a destroyable. Oh, not this person again. Lord. Ah, can't even see. Okay, there we go. Boom.
I'm going. Oh, okay. Oh.
Weird baby, get out of my way. Oh, that's a wall. There, here goes. Oh, that's a treasure. Get out of here, baby. Weird monster baby. Ow. Did I beat the monster baby? I hope so. Yeah. Bye-bye, monster baby. Oh, it's back! Monster baby's revenge. Ow. Hit me as it was falling down.
Monster babies too.
Oh, back again. I'm just gonna get out of that room. Seems like bad news. How do I can kill that. There we go. Oh, I got out. I only got 2 memories, I guess.
Yeah.
Did I lose, or did I I survived? That feels like a win to me.
Yeah, you survived, but you lost.
But Grandma
one.
can't get reincarnated. I mean, whatever. She's better as a ghost than as a grasshopper. She was probably a bad person. I mean, look what's happening in her house. She's probably going to get reincarnated as something really terrible.
Maybe the secret is she is the giant baby.
Maybe she is the giant baby. How did you feel about the controls?
I thought they were okay.
Yeah.
Did
you slide the walls around?
I did a little bit. I had to. So I think summon would happen.
Yeah.
And so like it's a little hard to plan. And so like I summoned and like I should have like closed the door and like
the summon could have a spot too, just like with the trap spot would be nice to like know, so you could strategize where the summon's going to happen. Right?
Yeah. If you did something like when I mouse over the summon button, it shows me where it'll summon. Like there's a little discoverables that would be good.
Yeah.
The basically there's a lot going on, and so learning what stuff does takes playing through it.
It does take a
and
little
that's
bit.
a little bit of. I mean, I think if this were in festival, that's where I'd polish like during the lead up to festival, just like making that clear.
Also, like which walls are destroyable is a similar thing, right? I think first time I played through, it took a while for me to figure it out because there's no instructions for the girl, right, compared to those instructions. So the fact that I could destroy walls showed up the first time, but then later on I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
It was hard to tell in the dark, at least, which ones
and
were
what sort of gets to
destroyable.
is there's a language to this world, so to speak, which is like these are enemies. They can die, and there's a little bit of weird stuff like the baby falls down but
Yeah.
gets back up, and there's no sense of like progress on them and health, and so I was always confused like when will this character die?
Yeah.
And
But that
like,
kind of, in some ways, that's cool because it's,
not-
surprising.
Yeah, it's not. I guess it's
Yeah.
mostly like just a reaction, which is it's hard to understand what's going to happen in this world,
Yeah.
and some of that's not bad, but enough of it makes it so it's a little bit confusing, like what's going on.
Yeah.
That's why learning it is part of the curve. I will say the story and the goal don't, and the actual gameplay don't feel super connected.
No, it feels like you're robbing a haunted house.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're going in and stealing these things that are precious. Does that make sense? They don't feel like memories. They feel like objects. So, I mean, as much as I love Grandma, it feels like you're just robbing a haunted house, which also would be fine as a premise. Right?
Like this doesn't
like you're a bandit. You've heard a notoriously haunted house. You're like, I'm gonna go get that money anyway.
And the thing that's missing is the ending, in the sense of like you just left.
Right.
Did you know you were leaving?
No.
Yeah, and I think that's like you've got this idea of like you get the 3 memories, but you don't say what we should do.
Right.
So it's like when you get 3 memories, you have to get out,
Right.
and things like that. And so like I guess the main thing is there are just some little details about clarity of like what happens when I do this,
Yep.
and what should I do next that are missing. And it doesn't really matter what the answer is; it's just getting that clarity to the guest.
Right.
And so the story is fine, but it doesn't provide those answers.
Right.
It does sort of. I think the beginning. The story doesn't set up the world in a way that helps me understand what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah.
And it's
because the story feels like, oh yeah, collect memories for Grandma, and then you're like all of a sudden giant murder baby. You know what I mean? It doesn't really follow from.
And
the
we're like in
narrative, right?
bed at the beginning or something like that.
Sort
Or
of.
She's talking.
She's talking to us as a ghost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
And
this our house? It's whose house? You know, like that. Those questions are a little bit vague, right?
Yeah.
Like to me, the story. If I was to make a really simple story, I'd be like, yes, there's a haunted house. I'm a bandit girl. I'm gonna go rob this house. The house turns out to be really more haunted than I thought and dangerous. So my job is to grab as much loot as I can and get out of the house before I get destroyed.
And in some sense, like
right?
I'm the house,
Yeah.
and I'm protecting my treasures.
Yeah.
And these bandits just keep coming by, and they keep trying to steal stuff.
Right.
And I've developed strategies to like stop them.
And then there would be like a leaderboard for like who can get the most treasure before getting killed by ghosts in the house or something. Does that make
Yeah.
sense, right? And if you die, like you lose 100 gold or something. You know what I mean? There's like some penalty for getting killed in the house as opposed to escaping with your money or something, right?
The health bars are. I think it's good you have them. They're not easy to read in the sense that I guess what is the green bar? What is stamina used for?
During your attacks.
Okay.
It's like your recharge before you can do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not used enough to a game that paces my sword attacks around stamina.
Yeah, dark.
Well, it's a game mechanic choice. So like attacking to stamina, that's fine. The thing that I really felt though was the health bar was not clear was health, and I didn't know how. I guess what I'm getting to is I might move to hearts, a discrete health bar, so I know how many I have left, and I could tell when I lose one. Because the thing I was experiencing was I never knew what caused damage. And every now and then I noticed the health was like, oh, I'm at half health. But I didn't really know what the consequences of that were. I didn't know if I was like 10 hits away from dying, or if I was like 2 hits away from dying. And like so as a health bar, it didn't give me the information it needed to give me.
In terms of like how much you can risk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the things you want. Like sometimes the dramatic tension here is the girl about to die? And the only way I know that is the health bar. But the health bar doesn't give me enough information to really predict that. And especially for an audience watching, you kind of, what you want is, I'm down to 1 heart. And like you do like classic video game stuff, like the screen is like pulsing red or like there's
you're
something.
like, get out, where's the exit?
Yeah,
And
there's
you're
like
like,
something.
And I think that speaks to the last thing, which is sort of like interest curve.
Yeah.
Like the ending.
We're trying to find the last thing. And what I would do is, if I were sort of like iterating this, once we find the 3 things, then the exit opens, and the mansion gets a new set of things to do to defend the exit, and you have to go to the exit. The fact that you could leave without knowing you're leaving is a bit of a level design flaw.
Feels like it should be like a cursed door or something that
Yeah.
you can't open until you get all the things you need or something. Yeah. But again, it's going to be impossible to do all of this stuff, so you're just going to have to figure out from all this feedback what makes sense for the game you're trying to design, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't also do the gold looting and find 3 things. That's not going to work, right? So anyway, you just have to figure out what makes sense for the game you want to build.
But
right?
fundamentally, like I liked moving the characters around, trying to chase you.
The gameplay on both sides feels good now.
Yeah.
Which is it wasn't before, so that's a major improvement, right?
Yeah.
In terms of feeling like both sides have an active role in what's going on. Yeah. So I think it's just trying to figure out how do you make it clear to the guests what success means and how close they are to it by both the health bar and whatever the collecting mechanic is, right?
And I think to the story idea, the story that's happening between us is I'm the mansion trying to keep you from achieving your goal.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to get me. And so like you want to like keep that centered. I think that's where the grandma is a little bit distracting because she's not present.
She's not
in
the
our
house
story.
or me, right?
I mean, if the house were the grandma or like the
Right.
I don't know.
Or like the house was owned by some evil sorcerer who stole grandma's treasures, and I'm going to get grandma's treasures back from the house. That would make more sense. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or something, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think there's definitely like in the experience, what we're really doing is working. And I think you just want to like reinforce that and sort of celebrate.
Right. Cool. Yeah.
Good work.
There's like an evil yin yang shi or something who like stole all, you know what I mean? Just something, right? But yeah.
All right. Where are we next?
Motion share 2, right? Is that it?
Yes, I think so.
Yep.
All right, this team, please follow me.
All right, we ready for this?
You get to ride the horror chair. I know horror's not your thing, Dave.
No.
Do you want to turn like scenes like less intense or?
I'm fine with intensity. I just don't like horror.
Oh, one part is fine.
Yeah.
How long is it? Can we both write it or just one of us? Okay.
All right.
We'll take turns.
All right. Should I get in?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, just make sure you're ready before he climbs in so he doesn't spin the chair.
Good.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Oh, I got this.
PG-13, what would you say? Yeah. No decapitation or cannibalism?
What are the movies that were rated PG that really shouldn't have been rated PG?
Ghostbusters?
Was Poltergeist PG?
I don't know.
I feel like there's like some. I think isn't like
Secrets of Nim.
historically.
Yeah, sure, I'm ready. I need.
You need to like strike it.
Yeah, it's gotta make sure it's stable. Okay.
Is it like holding?
It'll work. I'm not worried about it.
Just open the power button. Also, you can like if you feel the speed is too high, you can scream and then it will slow down.
The safe word is scream.
You can say anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just yell really loud.
Alright, which one am I starting?
Horror elevator. Just
Elevator straight to hell. Elevator.
Alright, am I facing the wrong way?
yeah, we adjust.
There we go.
Is the height?
I'm like, I don't think I can reach the candle.
Oh, you might need to reset the boundary. You're losing the boundary? Oh, I think you need to reset, otherwise it'll.
Okay, just wait till we put Brenda in this chair for jury.
Where's the physical space? Top right or top left? Yeah, my other right.
Thinking about it?
I'll get out of the way.
Choose your own stationary, and then adjust the phone that was a sector or rack, like right on the feet, like the bottom of the chair.
Can I have to?
Oh, bottom of the egg chair?
I'm
Or
going to take it out of your
at my feet or at the?
At your feet.
Okay, I got it at my feet.
Okay.
All right. Oh, there we go. Ah!
Oh, you got a candle.
I got a candle. Like getting close to the. Yeah, no, there's some giant handprints around here. It's kind of creepy.
Is the music playing?
Do you get any sound, Dave?
I'm hearing some like dialogue.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, then that's main ears or there's no speaker here.
Ah! So like clipping through the elevator.
You mean the elevator?
All right.
Second floor, please.
Second floor, please. Yes. Ah! Got it.
Okay.
It's a little like the scale feels a little weird. It's both like far away, but also feel kind of giant here.
Yeah.
All right. Bouncing along.
The Empire State Building.
Oh, it's totally fine here. No problems. Just more bloody handprints. This motion feels better. This feels a little more just continuous and smooth.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little creepy. The music is like doing things like I don't know if I want to look around the corner.
Are you on top of the bookshelf?
I think it wants me to pick up the record.
Oh, okay.
It does. It's really interesting, sort of like having the chair suggest things by like being like, "Hey, I'm here, waiting for you." It kind of works.
Did the music start? You gotta turn the handle.
It's hard to hear, but
Can you turn the?
I don't know if I can do it in the moment. Oh wait, something bad just happened somewhere. I think they got eaten by something.
Something is getting eaten?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I said no cannibalism, maybe I lied.
Well, I doubt the thing that ate the person was the same species. It didn't sound human. So it's all good. It's just natural predator prey.
Okay.
不是，我就是怕他很帅。
I will say, like, I'm legitimately a little nervous.
You should be.
that's the whole point. That's the whole point. It's a horror game after all.
If you feel unsafe, just scream.
Wait.
Just scream.
Oh!
You can scream a little bit to see the speed kind of changes.
Oh wait, so I. Ah! Okay. Whoa. Yeah, there's a thing there. We're running on top of the stairs.
Hang on, dude. Feels like the straps need to be tighter.
What is going on over there? I think I'm losing the
You losing the strap?
Scream.
Oh, should I scream?
A little bit, yeah.
Ah!
Yeah, like if you feel it's like too.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
I got some warning for those gameplay reasons to scream.
Oh, okay.
All that.
There you go.
Oh, sorry. Just making sure it doesn't fall out of the chair. Good luck. I mean, that papyrus is pretty scary by itself.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of it.
All right. Cool. I'm nervous about getting out of the picture.
Yeah, just wait till it cuts off.
All right.
Press it. You can't press it. My turn? Do you have time or do you want to talk about it?
I guess your call.
I just feel like I'm not going to be able to say too much about it. That's fine.
I mean, there as like a motion base moving around. I thought it's a little weird at the beginning being like moved through the room, but I quickly accept it. And actually I liked the idea of you leading me to something and having me do something. It's like a good balance of control and interactivity.
Was it on, but it was on rails more at the end, right? Or
I mean, the whole thing's basically on rails.
Okay.
And yeah, like at the end there was like, I don't think there wasn't too much to do. I think I pulled the switch. I have some opinions about the motion itself. Like there's times where the motion felt smoother and more continuous, and times where it felt like I'm just moving and doing stuff. And where it's smooth, it was really great. It was like, oh yeah, like if the whole thing could be this smooth, that'd be amazing. And so like there's just a little bit of like the feel of the motion is a little inconsistent, but fundamentally like I enjoyed like being moved through the space.
Do you want it to be jerky in places where it's scarier, or is that distracting? You know what I mean? Like, do you want a tension between it being smoother in some places and jerky in others?
Yes, in something like the boss fight, like that being kind of crazy, like worked with it. And so I think there's just there are times where it feels like the chair is sort of like gliding, and that felt really good. It was more immersive. And there are times where it felt like the chair was sort of like, and like that felt less.
You might have also just gotten better at programming the chair as you went, right? That's not that unusual, right? Yeah.
The elevator was a little anticlimactic. Like I guess it was the same thing over and over again. And so it was cool that it sort of took me through the different spaces, but I didn't know exactly the meaning of the different levels. And so there wasn't a whole lot of anticipation on my part from the story, like what's coming next. I was literally along for the ride. And I think part of that, like the audio was not helping me. I couldn't hear some stuff. So there might be some audio cues that would clarify and help me know what's coming next.
Can you like actually clearly listen like what the dialogue is?
No. Yeah, I think the volume was too low. But I think it's a note that for an experience like this, relying on a lot of dialogue is a little tricky. And so, because I'm even though I'm just looking, my brain is kind of like full of what's going on.
Right, trying to make sense of it. Yeah.
And so like trying to like anticipate stuff and listen was a little hard.
You could also have more visual hints, like in terms of like what, like, you know, if you're gonna go towards the monsters area, it's like blood all over the floor, whatever. You know, like there's ways to have cues in the environment that build up to what's gonna happen next, right? And if you can pair visual and sound cues, all the better, right? Because then you'll really have people being nervous about what's going to happen, which is what you want in a horror movie.
And honestly, like some of the best moments were like near the desk and sort of like smoothly turning the corner and not knowing something's going to be there. And so the fact that the motion of the world felt like it was controlling what I could see, and anticipation
was creepy, right?
Was kind of creepy. It's like what's around the corner, and nothing was ever really around the corner. But just the way you had the atmosphere, so like the way you made the motion, made those moments, even though they're sort of quiet, they were actually really interesting, like nice moments of interest. And actually, in contrast, like the boss monster, like had some interest, but it was also kind of a mix. There was a lot of violent action, but it was very well lit. And so my one reaction was every time the monster was like really well lit, it wasn't interesting. And every time, like especially at the beginning, like it's in like that haze, like that was creepy. And I think what I would do is I would just like make the lighting and that whole thing like be much darker, much more chaotic.
Right.
And I think it would sell the creature a lot more. And like, it's sort of an exciting thing to get to that place and feel like I don't know, like I was like running away from it, but also I feel like I was picked up by it. I can't really tell you what happened, but I got the sense of danger and a big scary thing that's causing this like all this stuff and trying to get away from it. And yeah, so a lot of it was working. I think there's like some tuning, like I said, on like the visuals. I kind of, like I said, I like the idea of turning corners, like peering around the thing. I'd wonder if there's a thing you could do with that. A little, like, could you have something that's...
You want a jump scare?
I don't want to say that.
But you do want it.
Because I don't really want a jump scare, but I guess you
I mean, you could come around a corner and see something really creepy, though.
Yeah,
right?
I guess you did a good job of building up like half of a jump scare.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got these moments in the level design of like coming around the corner, and I think it's an interesting feature of designing a controlled path, which is I can only look so far, and so if you give me a space that's clearly like I'm coming around or like anticipating stuff, my brain is gonna like be thinking about what's coming, and I think that's one of the things you want is anticipation.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm in a space and I can see a lot, then the anticipation is very low. Right? When I'm in a controlled space and there's corners and unknown, then anticipation goes higher. And this world playing with anticipation and uncertainty is where it's at its best. And I think that's where like the lighting for the final encounter would be really interesting. It's like, could you get stuff where, there's
like just a hand coming out of the darkness.
Yeah, like darkness and just like not seeing much. And so you've got a good space. Now it's actually like sort of like, show me glimpses as opposed to let me take it all in. Because every time I can sort of take it all in, it becomes like sort of mundane. Like the last part, we're sort of like going by what appears to be like the bodies hanging from the room. Like because I can see it really well and I can like pay attention to it, it becomes less creepy as I'm there. And it's kind of like being in a haunted house with all the lights on. Like all of a sudden, it stops being like an atmosphere, an experience, and just sort of like a room with stuff. Right. So I think there's like a little bit of iteration on that.
The good news is it sounds like it's all working, and so at this point you're just trying to tweak it to make the experience better.
Yeah,
right?
I mean it's and it's a compelling use of the motion.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's what I was thinking about as I was saying stuff. The world had me fully believing that I was traveling through a big space. Mm-hmm. Like the motion chair and the VR. Part of me is like, you don't need the elevator because you have an infinite movement machine. Now the elevator works as like a different levels, and like opening the door and like seeing that contrast like is a really nice moment. Mm-hmm. But the effect of being in VR and traveling in the motion sharing around stuff, you have it.
How did it end, Dave?
So my interpretation was it felt like the ending to Blair Witch, which is I'm trapped in the room and I'm just waiting for my death.
sort of.
Is that like what? Because I end up in what appeared to be like the meat locker with a bunch of dead bodies. And I was just there, and I was like, and it's like it ended with like good luck, and I was like, I guess that's it. Is that the ending?
If you don't go
the lever,
then you will just die.
Did I successfully pull the lever? Or
you did.
So I didn't die.
You did. Yeah. That's just like two different kinds of.
Maybe
Okay.
the ending right now is a little bit ambiguous. Maybe we can figure a way to make it like more solid and more concrete, I guess.
Well, and I don't know what happened to the monster.
You sort of locked the monster outside of the freezer.
Yeah, and I guess that the ending feels like the monster should be the ending. Like, do I escape or does it get me? And I don't know what happened to it, and so I was like thinking about like how to connect that.
Yep.
Yeah, because if it ends with the hand coming out and grabbing you or something, then it's like, okay, well, the monster got me, right, or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The scale, like I said, there's a little bit of weirdness at the beginning with the scale. I feel like the space is kind of small, but at the same time, you're asking me to reach for stuff, and so I almost feel like there's an oddness just in the size of things and how that's mapped. But it's not I notice in the smaller moments, like the elevator feels a little weirdly cramped, but then I also have trouble reaching for stuff. But I wouldn't worry about that too much. Yeah, I think a lot of this just is working pretty well. And the visuals, it's creepy, but there's definitely some iteration and tuning to do.
Once you're ready for like really iterative comments, you could chalk to Ruth, who builds these kinds of rides, and she would have very like small, nitpicky advice for how to make the feel work, right? Yeah. But for something for us, I feel like you've got a really solid start. Absolutely. Yeah.
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 I have a question. How do you think is it high, middle, or?
So in terms of like the atmosphere, I think it's in a good place. The amount of motion the chair went through when the monster came out was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was very thankful I was strapped in.
It almost looked like you were going to fall out in 1 second.
Actually, I already turned on so much.
Yeah.
You actually didn't scream a lot, so that was fine. Right?
Well, don't be like we've tuned it so that it's so intense, someone's definitely going to scream. So then it'll lower it to a safe level.
Right.
No, and I don't.
A lot of people when they're scared, they also don't make sound. They clinch up.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah.
Sort of just frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially in VR, some people are going to talk and react, and some people are just going to be kind of caught up in what's going on, and they're kind of in the space and they're not going to like react.
Right.
I would tone down. Like you don't actually need a lot of shaking. I would actually rather the monster and the atmosphere carry a lot of the feeling in that, as opposed to the chair being violent.
Right. Yeah.
It can be, and I think that's a thing you should appreciate is you don't need a lot of motion to have the person in VR think there's a lot of motion.
Right.
So
like it doesn't have to be 1-to-1 correlation too, right? Like if you're turning around a corner, you don't actually have to turn it 90 degrees. You can turn it like 30 degrees, and they'll feel the motion, right? Yeah.
Oh.
But you'll have to try it out and see what the feel is like, right?
The thing is though, you do have to turn it potentially. I guess you have this balance of like the VR, like am I turning and like moving? Like you have this all basically working. So I wouldn't mess with things too much. But I think there's gonna be some work, especially if you're in festival, of just like tuning this.
Yeah.
Like how to like get this stuff to go. But that's kind of exciting.
But if you play test it with different people, you talk to Ruth about it, like there'll be plenty of time. Yeah.
This is a world that I can see people like watching and be like, I want to try that.
Right.
Like,
but the other thing is like not everybody's gonna be able to play it because it's only one person experience. So ideally you want a group to come in and be like, who's gonna do the haunted house ride? And then one person does it. But if you have to wait for every person in the group to do it, it's gonna take up a lot of time. But we can talk about pacing and stuff later on.
How much time do we have to find you?
Up until the day before festival.
Oh, okay.
No, until the day of festival.
Well, don't tell them that, Dave.
Oh, I guess So
don't do too.
Announcements are going out
this
afternoon.
Yeah, you don't need to do it too much on for jury. I would leave most of it defined. Yeah. This is all for like after jury.
And we'll talk more after jury.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you.
I think
now we're late, right?
Running downstairs.
Yeah.
We've been
late the whole time.
15 minutes behind for a little while.
Okay.
Samantha's likely gonna have to tip before you guys finish the next experience.
That's fine.
But she had us communicate that.
That's fine.
Very stressed.
She's fine. I mean, she's probably more stressed that she doesn't get to hear our feedback directly.
Yes.
It's being streamed. Oh man, it's still raining. Need the rain to pass.
Thanks for making all this work.
The teams are keeping it smooth.
Yeah.
Since today is rainy and
Mhm.
also it's sunny. Is it
Extra
okay for
implementation
next
that they
Monday?
did to get that to work.
Yeah, we can reschedule. That's fine. Okay.
So-
I was just gonna go home and get the kidding.
really don't have much time.
I'm coming.
All right, come on. We're in a rush here.
I'm coming. I have to tell my wife they don't need my kids after all. Sorry. It's just.
There's all the information that we've collected.
Okay.
I'm gonna open the room, sneak inside. His desk is on the corner.
Okay.
Hack into the computer and get the information.
We got this.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
stay on lookout
Okay.
in case he comes back.
Okay. Okay.
As long as it's just like a regular Windows 11 machine, you're good.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No. You forgot your key card here. All right. Okay. It's in the back corner, you said?
All right, that's right.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
On his lunch break, you should be back for a while.
Okay. Let's see what we got.
All right. Look at this.
Boot it up.
All right.
How do we get it to work?
All right. So we're doing a mission we got from Craigslist.
Okay, cool.
All right, we have to hack into our the desktop and find an embarrassing photo of him that will hang. in
So
the office.
Control-Delete to get in. What do you want?
I mean, you're the one at the computer. You're the person who's
Hit the Windows button. Oh. Cool.
No.
I think we broke it already.
All right, I think it's on this desktop.
Oh yeah.
I mean, should we turn it on?
Oh, here we go. Now it's booting.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. Motherboard incorporated. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Good thing we're not in a hurry.
His computer forever.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to convince him to get rid of it.
Is that his kids?
Whoa. All right.
Looks like they eat gingerbread men a lot.
Is that an allusion to the other team? All right. Wait. We're logging
This
in.
is Marvin, right? Mm-hmm. Password?
Yes. So I got
how about
Born.
do the do? No. Okay. What?
Actually, Mountain Dew. Let's try 1994.
1994. That's
I know,
the worst
it's a
password I've
year.
ever heard.
No. All right. With animals, with your rock position, looking for a password. I mean, is there maybe
Joystick.
Joystick on the back, wait, is there a thing on the back of the picture frame?
Oh yeah, here you go. My dearest child Samantha and her brother Frowny Face. Samantha. No.
Let's look under the desk. It says hide things under the desk.
Oh. There we go.
There we go. We're in.
Yeah. What?
Oh wait, you got an error code. Wait, you got a manual there?
Hard drive isn't fully connected to the computer. Unplug
Command. Open the computer case, push the hard drive back in.
Alright.
The hard drive is on the front of the computer.
We don't actually have to open it.
That's the thing that's sticking out.
Right.
Oh, that's not a hard drive. That's a disk drive.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, I think it might be seated now. Oh, favorite child. I think we have the. Do you have that? Alright, we're in. I don't.
Yeah, I travel a lot. Everyone knows that though. Not too
It's
embarrassing.
like a Carmen San Diego game.
Yeah. Alright.
Nothing here. Interest.
Wait, the award? Oh, you got that there? 96?
No.
And you have to put the.
I got 96 is when you won the Golden Disc Award.
Oh, what award did I win in the 90s?
Oh.
I got joystick.
Joystick Award. Alright. Ooh.
Does this feel good? No, I don't think so. What is this?
Apparently does not believe the moon landing is real.
I mean, that's sort of incriminating, but not quite yet. Anything else we need? Family office.
What you got?
None of these error codes are on my list here. You have any other errors?
Are there any other places you guys can look?
I mean, has a drawer available here?
There's copy paper in here. There's Mountain Dew. I don't know if this is stuff we should be pulling out.
There's a folder of errors, but there's nothing in there. Can I see this?
Steelbergs.
Yeah, here we're talking.
What's this?
Still knows are not the right errors.
I know. There's an invoice in here which I would say might point to some level of embezzling.
Oh really?
We got the
oh yeah.
This is the Steelberg scheme.
Oh nice.
Alright. Alright, are we still
Yeah, I can't get into his office file. But can try this one. Yeah, no, none of these.
Whoops.
Is this drawer open?
Oh, it does.
See, this is what I count on you for.
Alright, here we go. B13. Here, this is the error. In case malfunction of the computer fan, there is a jam in the motor or use broad sheet fan. Switch the fan by hitting the trigger on the back of the case to stop the error.
Okay, give it a shot.
Case?
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Favorite comic.
90s newspaper comics. I don't know, Calvin and Hobbes.
Isn't that everybody's favorite newspaper comic?
This is somewhere. This is the manual.
Do you have anything posted around? Oh, hey, Dave. It's either Mutts, Zitz, or Garfield.
I'm guessing it's Garfield.
It's probably, I mean, that's the worst one. Let's try Mutts first, though, because that's actually a good one.
You know what? Is Mutts from the 90s?
I was in a play in high school where I played the fish from Mutts. Tad wrote it, too, the guy who's going to come to review games for us. Garfield?
Yeah, let's do Garfield.
Hey. Oh, top secret Bagel Bites information. That's definitely going on the USB drive. Oh man, look at that.
Doing inappropriate things.
I think we should take both. Oh, I can't even drag both of them at the same time.
Can you right click?
Can I left click? Right click? No right clicking either. Can I drag
Wait,
it into the...
you had an option to send a USB drive.
Oh, did I? Okay. Oh, error. Which one is it? From the folder, probably. I got it. Monitor isn't fully connected to the computer system. Please check the hardware connections and restart your device.
Wait, I think that might be. Yeah, that's not the correct character.
Oh?
Is it exactly the
No,
same? It is same.
A12. You got A2. We need A21.
Oh man. Well, that's going to be easy to restart the device on. This one.
No.
No. Too many of them are the same. I don't know. Where is it? Nope. Here, error cord.
Wait, I got some over here. A210DO20.
Yes.
That is error in generating process. The system is overloaded and cannot complete the task unless operated manually. Please refer to the operating system manual for more guidance.
We have that here somewhere.
I think this, the OS manual here. All right. This is OS menu here. Need to. That's not gonna go there. Shell. Oh my gosh. Problems downloading process. Please follow the instructions you will issue. Open terminal. Open the terminal.
Okay.
And then delete current package. Install proper package.
What's the command?
Oh wait. So sudo. I guess, yeah, sudo.
完全不知道现在是什么情况。
What we're doing? We're in
现在
Weirdos,
他又
right?
说什么？
We are in Weirdos. Open terminal. Okay, sudo. Okay, ready? Ready. Try it again. Should I not put a space there? I don't know.
I don't. I think you had it. I think you had it right.
Here it is. There's one piece of paper actually.
What?
There's one more piece of paper. Yeah, you can check it out. Like, which one is the correct one?
What between it?
The commands have different instructions on them, so you have to try like multiple of the commands.
Based on the Weirdos commands?
Yeah.
If we're in. Yes. Oh.
Oh. I'm sorry about that. Just remove the second one. Just,
Oh.
Yeah, just remove the second one. I'm sorry.
Oh, should we just go to sudo
yeah,
install?
yeah. So go to the sudo app install.
Install Weirdo.
That?
Sure, try that. Alright, and then Weirdo.
Is that
dash
dot
F.
weirdo?
No, I think it's just step 4.
Okay.
Dash F. Mono 9. Alright, oh wait, oh we got another one. Alright. Got errors. C1 something?
C10 D27 441. Just look for 441. I don't have it.
Yeah,
over
I'm
here.
looking the 6. Alright.
Now here we go. Nope, not here. Oh, here it is.
Alright. From 1, detecting overheating of several hardware components, please check the interior of your device. If there's smoke that's bad, try starting the cooling reaction. Hit the red button inside the case and pray. I don't see a red button. Is there a way to do cooling?
This time you do have to take the case off.
Oh, right.
You do great. Remove
fond memories removing case notes.
Just wait till like 100 people have to remove the case. There's a red button here. Should I hit it?
Sure. Right. Were we supposed to like blow it?
Well, there was smoke, but I don't think you guys saw it.
Oh,
there was smoke.
Wait, did it reboot?
Yeah. Do you have to do everything all over again now?
Are we supposed to be praying right now?
I guess so. The weird thing is, we're gonna have to put all these papers back. Can we just pretend we're the cleaning lady and take all of them with us? What is this password again? 111. Okay. Whew.
Dave, I'm really surprised you didn't touch the smoke. You literally had your head like right next to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I'll give you 3 guesses as to what part of that machine makes the smoke happen.
Is this a like just a coil of wire around?
Yeah.
It's a little warm. Yeah. I will admit, like, I was totally bought into the idea that this was a machine doing all this stuff.
Absolutely.
Like, when we rebooted, I was like,
this is supposed to reboot,
Yeah.
and then so okay, I thought of like
fully believing that the computer is running its own OS.
Mm-hmm.
So like the simulation is super good.
Yeah, the sound is a little loud. I had to cut it down because it's hard to talk over it.
Yeah.
The biggest problem is just it's too long right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it needs to be shorter and tighter and more condensed. But if you do that, I think it really works. There's also too much paperwork. It'll be really hard to set it back up after you run it. So I think if you cut down the paperwork by at least half.
I think we also
right?
had like packets that were stapled together last night, and then they're in folders because we had to like remove stuff.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah. You have 2 drawers. I think that's okay. There's a lot of stuff we did that we didn't have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least didn't feel like we had to do it. Like we went through both drawers. So there's things that are like a little extra hard that I don't think it needs to be that hard. I think it's just discovering that you can open the drawer is the victory you want, as opposed to like it's buried under this.
And also, you don't really know what you're allowed to interact with here because, like, obviously, I didn't interact with this screen, this one, but the wall is important. So obviously, when you decorate the space, you're going to take out everything that doesn't match it, right?
I was definitely thrown by the fact that the mission was about putting things on a USB flash drive, and there's no USB flash drive. And
yeah, you should ideally give us one that we come in.
USB port on this
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's because in the 90s also, yeah. You should put a disk in the floppy disk drive.
It should be a zip drive. A zip drive.
A zip drive. Well, we can fix that part before festival. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, everything. Honestly, the flow of a lot of stuff was working really well. I think we were both. I felt actively involved, even though I wasn't typing.
Yeah, I think there does need to be a clue that you're supposed to look around the space. I think a lot of people are going to get in here and just look at the stuff on the tabletop and not think to look under the desk or in the drawers.
Well, and you give me this. I had this folder to start with, and that kind of anchored me on like what the information was.
And because I had papers, I wasn't looking for more papers. Does that make sense, right? I think if you started out with nothing and you're like, we get an error code, what does that mean? Like the first thought is going to be, we messed up. At playing the game.
So like an example of like a way to give me permission would be to give me the packet and then give me the key to the filing cabinet.
Right.
And then be like, oh, I don't know.
I mean, somewhere.
Like if you can in that moment see the reality that we're going to have to explore where we are.
Right.
A little bit more.
Or you could even just decorate the cabinets so they're more clearly part of the space. The hard part right now is it's a little bit weird because we're in this weird mixed reality space where some stuff is actually real.
Yeah,
right?
and I was like, I admit, like the fact that you have a speaker sitting on the cabinet made me initially feel like the cabinet wasn't part of it.
Yeah,
because
and then when we yanked it, the thing moved, right? So,
yeah.
But again, like a lot of it's a little bit of staging, but most of it's just going to be condensing it into something that's about half as long.
So we need to like hide the real desktop.
Yeah.
So it's not that loud. So that's the reason why I bring some.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I guess just be aware that your guests are going to be doing a lot of rapid like processing of what's going on.
Yeah.
And they're going to make decisions about, because they have to make decisions about what is part of the experience, what's not.
Yeah.
Everything over here isn't part of the experience, and every guest is going to be kind of like making that call. And so all the signals that you have in here are being used to interpret those things.
Yep.
And I was just pointing out that like I noticed that this is like the speaker was here. I was like, the speaker's not part of it. And because it's not part of it, I kind of dismissed the things below it.
Right.
But then I was like, well, we've got some drawers here. It's a possibility.
But if the speaker's on the desk, then there's all sorts of different
and
things.
you did it actually, like one of the things in here that works well is like Hyacinth under his desk, like got us to the password. I think that was one of the most natural puzzle solves in this. Like it was exactly kind of what you wanted. Just discover that.
Yeah.
We exhausted some password ideas.
No, I'm just wondering whether you really want people to remove the case. Yeah. Because it's going to be really hard and awkward.
Removing cases from old PCs, like I know how to do it. Like I know it's a sort of a push out, and then like you got to like watch the tabs. I've done this before.
Yeah. Luckily, you have a lot of holes you could have smoke come out of, right? So you could like.
I had to drill some holes in the top of the thing. So I think
Right.
also
You could also have it come out of like the slots in the front or whatever. You know what I mean? There's no real need to take it apart.
Yeah.
You could also just put this button on the back of the case or something, and it would be fine, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The ending is a little weak.
Yeah.
The fact that like we push a button and the download succeeds, and then we just we're done.
Yeah, it's so hard to know how to do this because you could have a time limit, and if they don't do it in time, something happens. But then you have to have somebody dressed up as the boss come in or something, right, to fire everybody. Yeah, how do you create tension that then leads to something?
If you're gonna like have like someone enter us, that
Mhm.
person can be like, he's coming. We have to leave now. I like if you didn't find it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think you use the same person.
You could also do a thing where there's a lot of stuff that's potentially incriminating, and you can get out with like whatever you can find. You know what I mean?
There was
Like if there's photos in the drawers as well or something, right? Yeah. But I think you're really gonna have to think about resetting it too, like how much you're gonna let them move stuff around. What happens if they drink the Mountain Dew? You know, I don't know. Just like, you know, like there's stuff is gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
And like, remember there's one thing of the location of Babelby?
Yeah.
Guys, actually, like the real map for this office.
Nice.
You can literally find Babelby here.
Oh, that's good.
Well, and then you have this thing in here, which is the Steelberg scheme.
Right. So if you just like leave with this,
and it's like
you've got something,
like
right?
This
Yeah.
sort of feels like something big and important, and like you have here like commission fee $5,000 for just some like some other stuff, and it's not clear if this is meant to be like you know, a crime.
Yeah.
And so I think that just being mindful of the interpretation of the signals you've got.
Yeah, because especially if you're scheduling people in here for 10 minutes at a time or whatever, right? You want to be able to close it so you can get the next group in. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, you made a lot of this work, and it's really effective. So I think you should feel good about it.
Yeah. I think the one simple thing I would do is like you have so many error codes, and it'd be
Way too many.
You have too many.
You need like 2 sheets that we can look through.
Yeah.
The number of
I like
sheets
the
is-
idea of we have 2 sheets and then we find the 3rd sheet.
Mhm.
That's fine, but we were thrashing through.
There's way too much paperwork. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the computer terminal, the stuff works well. You're also like the jump into the terminal mode, and those instructions. Like there's a danger that your instructions on the terminal stuff
Are
like
too confusing. Yeah.
It has some reality to it, which I kind of get. I mean, I sort of appreciate the fact it's like, yeah, like are you in Weirdos or are you in Linux and like and all that stuff, but. Yeah, I don't like the puzzle design question. Like, what are the guests doing? And this is, I guess, what you want them to do is like find that this is the right thing to do. And you've got, I guess, you have a lot of text and a lot of stuff going on, and people who are, I think, the majority of people are going to struggle to like zero in on that quickly, and they might end up here not because it's like a very clear intentional choice, but because they're sort of like struggling and they're like, I guess maybe this.
And the good news is if you have a member of the team in the room with every team, you can provide hints in a really easy way.
Yeah.
Right. Our plan. If the hints stop being fun, right? If it's like, oh, we're just really struggling, we don't know what to do next.
What I would
right?
do is I would have the person be in there, and I'd have them basically give them an excuse, which is like they have like the employee handbook, which is sort of like gives them permission to
like this says. Are you looking at the one that says weirdos? Because this says it also works in Linux, right?
Yeah,
or whatever.
And so I would like then you can give hints kind of in character.
The good news is you can also have pre-planned a hint for every single puzzle in the game.
Yeah.
And so they know which one to read off depending on what thing they're struggling with, right? Yeah. That's a good thing to have for escape rooms for example, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think you're basically ready for jury. Tune it down a little, shorten a little bit, but yeah, it's different. I think jury's gonna have some discussions about throughput for stuff.
Yeah. But it'll be good. Like this, you can play this one with 5 people at a time if you wanted to, especially if you can move the table more into the center and people can walk around it. Right.
Yeah. Cool.
So. Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah. Just a little over.
So I guess we're meeting 26